on several cases, like the Horn and Orson West case, the Summer Wells case, the Micaiah Bryant case. He's also known for the hard work and dedication he put in to the Kanika Jenkins case. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. John Q. Let's go now. Let's go now. John Q. Yeah, it's time to go to work. John Q. What the name is? What the name? Say it loud with me. John Q. You ain't know? Let's go now. Talking the realest in the business. Ain't no real competition is living. Who got a vision that's vivid? Ain't no goddamn gimmick. No goddamn limits. John go hard till he finish. John Q. Tell him what it do. I can say a whole lot about the dude. Who? John Q. Working case after case. Let's get it. Goddamn it, he meant it. Who we talking about? John Q. Evidence to the proof. John only putting out the truth. He making it do. He taking you through. Never breaking the rule. An understatement when you say that he cool. Yeah, we talking about John Q. Anybody got a problem, come and holler. I will bet my bottom dollar and I put it on John Q. Shit, he better than the news. Q the truth. Shit, we talking about John Q. Put your 8 balls up. Put your 8 balls up. Let's go. Get a drummer song. Let's get it. Just how we ride. Rockin' with the best. John Q. Just how we ride. John Q. Now back to the business. He the suspect or a witness. No bad intention. I don't think I even meant John do it from the heart. He don't do it for attention. But the trolls still bitch. They should mind they business. They chillin' in the bush. Watching John get busy. We got a couple ranch like tricks. She get them out quickly. So everybody make sure they attend. We rockin' with a winner. Just how we ride. So you can keep all the division. Maybe you should try to uplift. Maybe John, he was born with the vision. Make the picture with precision. Maybe if you listen, you just might get it. Cause it's a fact, John get whole YouTube shit. But it's still something acting real easy. John, he's a man on a mission. It's a fact that he did. Yeah, catch it if it's something real fishy. He's solid to the bone, he never switch. Alright, let's get it. Just how we ride. Let's go. Let's get it. Just how we ride. Who you came to see? John Q.
All right. You know what time it is. Welcome, everybody, to a special live we are doing this afternoon. Much love to everyone joining us. We've got some people coming in, and it's going to get crowded in here, folks. So we're gonna get to it. Miss Yunu is in the house. Welcome. Mark King 6 is in the house. Mark, I appreciate you. I saw what you did. You posted the Daniel Robinson Help Find Daniel Robinson link in a chat room. You did it several times too. Thank you. You're getting the word out. And that's what this is about, getting the word out. Today is the second day because we got some updates for you concerning the work that we are doing for Daniel Robinson. Thank you very much, Mark King 6. You are greatly appreciated. Miss Jan is in the house, and we're going to check into that, Miss Jan. Oh, you know it. Thank you for posting that. Anna D is in the house. Leslie B is in the house, holding it down, moderating for today. Leslie, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're all doing well. FKN Truth is in the house. Blessings to you and yours. Sky Chan is in the house. Welcome, Sky Chan. Been following the case, and that's good. That's good. We need all the support we can get. Miss T. Sophia is in the house. Welcome. We have the Renegade holding us down in the house. All right. Good to see everybody coming in. Tanya M. is in the house. Welcome, Tanya. Miss D. Love is in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got some work to do this afternoon, and it's good work. It's the best work I enjoy doing, especially when it brings people together to get it done. Most of you already know that last year we did a special fundraising campaign for the Summer Wells Reward Fund. And it was in the month of October of 2021. And a couple of content creators decided to have a conversation about doing something to help find summer wells. And so that we did. And an extraordinary thing happened. We were able to make a change in that reward fund to a point to where it grew well over 75% of where it stood stagnant for at least 4.5 months. And so from the very late 30,000 that it sat at for those 4.5 months, it had increased by the end of October to a near $74,000, with a major contribution from the YouTube community. We were able to make a major contribution, well over $32,000, to help find summer wells. That we did with the help of everyone that found out what we were doing at that time. And so we did. And now once again, we are going to work on the Daniel Robinson Gofundme and Petition. That's what we're doing this afternoon. That's what we have done that since yesterday. We started the campaign on Miss Yunu's channel, and extraordinary results had occurred. Just starting out, she started her live at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, I believe her time, 3 o'clock my time. And we finished up at around 9 o'clock last night. And I'm going to let her share that information with you in a moment. And you'll see how extraordinary folks can really be. Absolutely. Mr. Boss Blake, welcome, brother. Hey, there you go. The room is starting to get crowded. Good. So Miss Kimberly Earls is in the house. Welcome. Dre is in the house. Thank you for being here. Yes, so we are about to embark on today's live by doing something very special. A lot of you know that I've been covering the Daniel Robinson case along with Miss Q, and along with other content creators. Miss Yunu has covered that case on her channel. Renegade has posted on his channel covering the case. We have a number of other content creators, the Grizzly team, on true crimes with the Grizzlies. Miss Queen Talks Crime has covered information on the case. I believe Miss V on her channel, as well as a couple of other content creators, but don't want to forget anybody. There's just so many. We're starting to share that information regarding that case. It's important because of the work that we're about to get into. Miss Heather is in the house. Welcome. I am doing good. I hope you are too. Much love to everyone. So without further ado, I'm going to get busy here. All right. So first up, I'm going to bring up content creator, Miss Yunu, so that we can get some highlights as to what we started doing yesterday on the Daniel Robinson Petition and Gofundme challenge. And we're going to be covering a lot of details, and you are a very important part. You are a very important part in what we're doing today and what we'll continue to do over the course of time that we anticipate helping to strengthen the petition numbers and the GoFundMe, because Mr. Robinson definitely needs our help in not only staying there in Arizona to search for Daniel, but also to get some very important business done forensically for Daniel on his personal property. So with that said, I want everyone to welcome Miss Yunu to the channel.
Hello guys, how are you today? How's everybody doing? So we started yesterday. I started my live at 2 o'clock, right? A couple of minutes before 2 o'clock. I thought I was late, but actually I wasn't. Anyway, I started 25. How much donations were up to? It was at 194,955. Guess where we're at today? Can you share my screen, please?
Yes, I can. Let's see what we can do to share. So when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, I got to find the screen. Oh, there it is. So we may have a little bit of a lag, but I got the screen. So I'm going to share that screen right now.
We are at 199,525.
Wow.
109,525. And we make this go viral, like as in, let's pass it 200,000, because this is already like, you know, the money's basically for because of everything that he's been through. Now, the 26th actually started, but when his son, and he's been working, trying to find his son this whole time, and all that money has basically been used up for all this months, everything, all the tools, the equipments, everything that he was able to do. Now he's needing forensics. John, can you explain to them exact tools? He more money, you guys.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up a little bit. So I think we got a little bit of a lag going on.
Okay.
But the most important part that David Robinson, Daniel's father, wants to do is to what Buckeye Police Department failed to do, which was to perform forensics on Daniel's Jeep, which is here. Let me just pull it up so that this way we have a visual on Daniel's Jeep. He wants to have Daniel's Jeep 2017 Jeep Renegade forensically examined by professionals The Buckeye Police Department, all they did was test for fingerprints and didn't necessarily check for DNA to find out if Daniel was driving the car. With 7 deployed airbags and a vehicle that has been crashed up to a point to where the front windshields, driver's side window, all smashed out. And the only thing that the police were able to do was just test for prints and not necessarily check any DNA, any forensics whatsoever. And this is what he wants to get it done as soon as possible. Now, when you're dealing with forensics and doing all of this work independent, it becomes a very hard task to do, and of course, somewhat expensive. And it's unfortunate that David Robinson has to do all of this himself. He was expecting the authorities to fully do their job and assist him in getting everything done to understand not only what happened to Daniel, but to locate and find Daniel. Now, David left South Carolina, his home, on June 26th to go out to Buckeye, Arizona, where his son went missing. And Daniel's 25 years old as of January 14th, just last month. And his occupation is a hydrofield geologist working for a reputable company out in Buckeye, Arizona. Went to work on June 23rd. It's a regular day. Ended up going to 2 assignments, one in the Verrado location of Arizona, and to a second area, a second job site in the Sonoran Desert. We've covered a lot of that information in the past lives covering this case, and then ended up shortly thereafter going missing. His Jeep ended up hours later in a ravine about 15 to 25 feet deep in Arizona. Items that were found left in that area at the crash site, alleged crash site, were Daniel's computers, his equipment, Daniel's clothes, all left. One point at one location there at the alleged crash site. Shortly thereafter, the Buckeye Police Department was notified by a rancher that came across this crash site and reported it. And they began investigating to a degree what the situation out there in the desert concerning Daniel going missing. And so from that point, it's been an uphill climb for Mr. David Robinson to try to find out, not only from the Buckeye Police Department, what happened to his son, but to get their assistance in helping to find him. And so he has gone from South Carolina on June 26th to Arizona and relocated himself to Arizona to find his son, Daniel, to find out what happened. And here I'm just showing you some pictures of that crash site, because the important matter that Mr. Robinson wants to get done is to have the vehicle forensically examined, not only for fingerprints, but for DNA. All of the airbags that were deployed in Daniel's vehicle checked for DNA. All of the vehicle in its entirety checked for DNA, along with Daniel's clothes. Find out if there's any chemical compounds from the deployed airbags on his clothes, as well as his equipment inside the vehicle. All of this does take money to do, especially when you're trying to do it independently. And no parent should go through this kind of scrutiny just to try to find out where their loved one is. But yet, Mr. David Robinson has to do that. And he is beginning to do that, along with the help and assistance of folks like yourselves. So to share that and to know where we stand with it, we took a stand to say we can help. And not only get the word out about the case, but to actively do something to make a positive contribution to change the dynamics of the case. And this is where we come in and go to work. So today, day 2, we have decided to put the word out about getting the petition numbers up to strengthen Mr. Robinson's case for any kind of legal activity down the road, in which he is definitely hoping to do, as well as strengthen the GoFundMe to get Daniel's car forensically examined, along with the other items that I've mentioned, with an independent company, so that this way that information can now be looked at, incorporated into the case to lead us to better information, to finding out what happened to Daniel. And that's the reason we are here today. So with the GoFundMe numbers, I see the chat's buzzing. With the GoFundMe numbers now beginning to crawl and creep up, we've made a drastic change since yesterday. And Miss Yunu, what were the numbers when you began your live yesterday? Where did you start from?
I started at 100,955.
Okay, say that again. It came in broken up.
Okay. It's pretty good. It's okay?
Yeah, you're still breaking up a little bit.
Oh.
Maybe it's me dragging. Okay. How much has your channel raised since yesterday?
Okay, so since yesterday, we have from
Okay. Let's see if I can do this, because we're having a little technical difficulty. Okay. At the same time, let me just do this. We've got Miss T. Sophia.
Hey, Sophia.
On a panel.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, sir. I hope you guys are.
Yes, we're doing fabulous. We're doing fabulous. I couldn't hear too well what Miss Yunu was saying. Did you pick up any interference?
I did, sir. I did pick up a little bit.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's cutting out a little bit still.
I'm not doing that. My internet is fine.
It's like you're playing a guitar over there. Ping, 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 ping.
Okay. All right. Is this any better? Should I come down and come back up? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe that'll clear it up. Yes.
All right. Let's do that.
All right. Okay. Okay. And also we have the Renegade in the house.
What's up, chat?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, John? Sophia?
Renegade, hello.
How's everybody doing today?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. And we're just getting things kicked off for some fundraising to help and assist David Robinson in his efforts to find Daniel.
I'm still reeling from last night. What a phenomenal night, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Is that better
Yes,
now?
absolutely. Oh, much better, much
Oh,
better. So we can take it from the top. When
all
you
right.
started at 2 p.m. yesterday on
Mhm,
your channel,
mhm.
where what were the numbers at that time?
Okay. At that time, it was 194,955, and today we're at 199, 109,520
Okay,
total.
so how much did you raise totally to raise that fund to where it's at today?
Okay, I had it up. Took it down.
Okay.
This thing was frustrating me. 4,570.
4,170.
170.
Wow. Okay.
No, 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 no. 4,170.
Okay. Did everybody hear that?
I don't know what's this thing. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to put it in the chat and you just read it to them.
Okay.
I
All
think she
right.
said
We're working it.
4,470. Oh, no, it says 4,570.
Yes.
$4,570 raised on the GoFundMe just since yesterday.
Yes.
Wow. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. And so what our goal is today is to get that baby over 200,000.
Yes.
And I know that we can do it.
Yes, we can.
And the way we're going to do it is real simple. I guarantee you, if you're joining this live right now, you're about to see something absolutely dramatic happen to the GoFundMe and the petition. First, we're asking folks, if you haven't been there, okay, we need your help today. I need you to go to www.pleasehelpfinddaniel.com. If one of my moderators can put that link in the chat, and go to the actual website. And can you share with us once again, Miss Yunu, the website again, so I can post it up so we can actually see it?
Okay. You want me to put it in the chat? Oh, we already got somebody in there. Please
No,
help find Daniel.com.
yeah, if you can share it once again
Okay.
from your computer,
Gotcha.
so I can share it and folks know exactly what the website is. And go there and sign the petition. That would be number one thing that we can really help to strengthen those numbers. And the second thing is to, hey, if you haven't made a pledge, if you haven't made a small coffee donation, and that's what we're asking folks to do today, make a coffee donation to the GoFundMe to help change those numbers and change the destiny of this case. Absolutely. And then after that's done, we want you to grab the link that's going to be posted in the chat periodically by the moderators, and grab and copy that link and carry that link with you to any and all the chat rooms that you will be visiting later on this evening, early this evening, late this evening, maybe even early into tomorrow morning. And ask the content creator of that channel that you go to visit, we're asking them for permission to post that link in their chat, so that this way we can begin to get the word out to others that may not know about this case. And so that's the challenge. That's the challenge for today regarding the Daniel Robinson case. We're asking everyone, and yesterday was so explosive to see so many folks come to Miss Yunu's channel and pick up on what we were doing and began doing just that, signing the petition and just putting up some coffee money, $1 or $2, but putting up a Starbucks coffee as a pledge to the GoFundMe, and then copying the link for later on going to other people's channels and asking them, the content creator of that channel, to post that information in the channel while they are discussing whatever it is they're talking about. And that's the challenge. And with that, we will begin to change the course of not only the GoFundMe, we will not only be able to change the course of the petition, but we'll be able to get the truth and the answers that Mr. David Robinson is looking for that much faster. And it's sad to say that the authorities in this case have really dropped the ball big time. Big time.
Yes, they did.
Because this should not be done by a parent whose child is missing. This is their job to do, get this stuff forensically examined and checked and reported on, so that this way they could continue to investigate and follow leads to get down to the truth as to what happened to Daniel. But we're learning something about the Buckeye Police Department, aren't we? So yes, so we're also asking other content creators that have been following this case to share this website, share the information about the petition, share the information about the GoFundMe, and share the information to your individual subscribers and supporters of your channel, asking them to pick up the link and to share that with other channels that they visit and go to, asking, once again, the content creators permission to post the link into their chat rooms, whether it be on YouTube, whether it be on Facebook, whether it be on Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter. I mean, we want this all over social media. And we're beginning a campaign for the rest of the month up until we have received or gotten to a point to where we've made a dramatic impact on the website, on both the petition and the GoFundMe. And these are just 3 small things that we are asking everyone to do in support of finding Daniel Robinson. This will get the job done. This will help David Robinson get the job done. He's out there every weekend since he left South Carolina on June 26, conducting search efforts. He's coordinated search efforts, city search efforts, to put all of this together and to produce flyers and volunteers and folks to help. It takes extraordinary energy. It takes extraordinary strength to do just that. And so since Miss Q Carlock, who brought the case to me, asked me to look into covering this case, and which I have, I did make a strong commitment to Mr. David Robinson that I would do everything in my power to try to help assist in helping him to find Daniel Robinson. And so has Miss Yunu, Miss T. Sophia, the Renegade, Miss Q. I know Boss Blake is behind us. Miss Queen Talks Crime, Miss MTGV TV, Miss V, and a group of others stand behind us and stand behind the efforts and what we're doing to try to help David Robinson find Daniel. And so that is the course, that is the plan, and that is the campaign that we're currently working on. And I thank every single one of you for taking your time out today to join us for this special live session, because we know that if we did it for the Summer Wells Reward Fund, we can also do it for Daniel Robinson and get the results that we're looking for. Marley 13 is in the house, and we got, oh my goodness, Graham E is in the house. Absolutely. Vet Girl is in the house. Much love to you, Vet Girl. Thank you for joining us. Obsidian is in the house. Hey, what's up, girl? We got Cat Eyes in the house. It is great to see you guys. Thank you. TikTok 543 is in the house. Leanne Ferguson is in the house. Oh, y'all coming in left and right. Okay. All right. So to share with you a little bit about what Mr. David Robinson is doing, I'm going to just share with you a recent video that he's put together. And we've spoken about it on the phone. And I told him this is a new month and that, he should promote as much as he can or give us an update as much as he can on his current activities concerning both city and desert search, as well as anything that he needs, in helping him to find Daniel. So with that said, I'm going to share with you some words that he has posted on the Please Help Find Daniel YouTube channel that he's put together to kind of get everyone focused and bring everyone up to speed with his updates from that point, while we are currently working with him and not only investigating the case, but bringing to him information about the case that he definitely needs in order to get remedy to it. So with that said, I'm going to share with you his most recent update. And please text someone right now. If you know that they're online, give them a text, tell them to come on over to my channel, John Q's channel. We're doing something very important. It's not going to take long, and their help is absolutely needed in this quest to help Mr. David Robinson.
Good. My name is David Robinson, the father of geologist Daniel Cornelius Robinson, who went missing on June 23rd, 2021, while he was at his job site in a remote area of the desert of Buckeye, Arizona. As you know, I have been here since June the 26th, 2021, in search of my son. And I come here today to tell you a little bit about that. And also come to you today to plead for your help. As you know, the first thing I've done since I've been here was two things. I started working really hard to try to find a way to get out there in that desert to search for my son. The other thing is I had to start my own investigation. And the reason why I had to do those two things is because I felt dissatisfied with the performance of the local police department. First, they did not have the urgency there to go search for my son. That prompted me to move faster to get here in Arizona to look for my son myself. regardless of the fact if this department was looking for my son or not, which they hadn't done, I would have been here anyway. But like I said, with the slow movement, I had to move quickly. Because as we know that the first 24 to 48 hours is crucial in finding the person when they're going missing. Like I said, the first two things I did was try to find a way to find my son myself, and the other is to get information to what happened to my son. I was able to secure a meeting with the young man that met the gentleman that saw my son last at that well site. I met him right outside of Sun Valley Parkway and near Cactus Road entrance to that well site. We had a discussion there where my investigation first started. I had gotten all the information I needed from him, his story, and I was able to document those things. Secondly, I tried to work with the Buckeye Police Department in conjunction with them to see if they're doing an investigation. To my avail, I found out they wasn't. One of their key reasons why it wasn't an investigation is because they didn't see it as a criminal act. And my son had the right to leave on his own if he wanted to. And without anything that suggests that it was criminal or he is a dangerous person, they couldn't move. They couldn't get things like cell phone pings that they told me they couldn't get. They couldn't get the information off the Uconnect from his vehicle. They couldn't get camera information off the roads that we asked for. Anything we asked for, satellite imagery, they couldn't get any of those things. Being dissatisfied, of course, the kind of father that I am, I had to find ways to do that myself too. Being that we was unable to get things like cell phone pings from the cell phone company, I was able to get some information like bank statements and things like that I still have to this day. Things that I even offered to the Buckeye Police Department that they don't have. They do not have any hard copies of anything from my son. So like I said, I had to go through those things myself, his phone records, and try to find information that I can get. And then I had to utilize the Buckeye Police Department report to get other information that I may have been missing and do comparisons as I go along. In the meantime, I was out there working day and night trying to get media coverage for my son, because the two things needed to happen. I needed to start the search so I can get out there in this desert, to get to this location where my son was last seen. I wanted to see it for myself. And the other thing is to also get the word out into the streets so people can be aware of what's going on. If they see anything that would help me in my investigation. So I was able to do that by spending many nights out there doing research about the desert, reaching out to groups on social media to find out if there's anybody out there who know anything about that desert and how to start a search. I was fortunate to run into one gentleman who was willing to tell me about the area, who's willing to help me as much as he could. I started a website called pleasehelpfinddaniel.com so that I can pass out information on what I'm doing and why I'm trying to start a search. And if anybody out there to help me, they can. But with this gentleman who knew a lot about the desert because he lives in Buckeye, we was able to start a second website, searchfordaniel.org, what we're using as a catalyst to start the searches, to get people involved, to organize, and then get people out there on the ground. As you know, I was able to do that. Able to start my searches, my weekly searches, what we call our weekly organized search. But that didn't stop us from also coming in the weekdays. I didn't encourage that, but we also had searches, people who was very dedicated at the beginning, who wanted to help every day of the week because they had time off during the week, or they could come out on the weekends on the organized search. As you know, my search first started from Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road, covering the area that we only knew about. And that's where my son was last seen. That's the well site. The first thing I did, I got to the well site on my first search, was to put myself in my son's shoes. Again, doing my own. Based on everything that I've heard from the Buckeye Police Department and the gentleman that was that see my son last at that well site. I put myself in that son's shoes. I looked around as if I was looking around, staring off into the desert to see what I can see. I wrote those things down, made a record of it, and I kept it pushing. Of course, we covered all the area, like I said, around that well site as much as we can. Not knowing everything about that desert, we just followed trails, looking for a vehicle, looking for a sign of my son. Many days and many weeks. As you know, on July the 19th, 2021, a rancher out there in the desert searching for his cattle, tracking them down, ran into my son's vehicle in this ravine right here behind me in this situation. As we all know now, everything my son was wearing on his body was on the ground in a pile, a few feet away from that vehicle. Things like all his clothing, his underwear, his shoes, his socks, his wallet, his cell phone was inside the vehicle. Those are the things that made me really, really push my own investigation forward. And the reason why I started my own investigation, keeping records, recording everything I did with the Buckeye Police Department, recording phone calls, recording meetings, because I had a feeling that one day these things would come in handy. And today they have. So I continued my investigation by hiring a private investigator who could tell me what happened to my son's vehicle, because I was dissatisfied with the story from the local police department, who told me that this vehicle turned over and flipped over and rolled and bounced. And somehow with all of that, my son escaped injury. There was no blood found in the vehicle, but yet at the same time, they say they believe he had a severe head injury. Hearing those contradictory things, I just knew something wasn't right. As a person, I can look on this ground and see my son's clothing. Some say I may be a little biased. Yes, I could say that. I'm a father. My son was in this thing or wasn't in this thing. But all I know is his clothes on the ground. All I know is that the vehicle was found in a ravine like that. All I know is that if anybody was in an accident like that, I would think there would be some indication of some type of injury. We've seen far less damage on vehicles where people are injured. So dissatisfied with what I've seen, I continued my investigation. Like I said, I hired my own investigator to tell me what happened to this vehicle, which he did. He and I spent many days contemplating on everything that he found. And with this evidence, was very worried of why the local police department, who's in charge of this case, did not act. Reluctantly, as always done, everything I found, everything my investigator found, Buckeye Police Department. When we did so, we didn't get the response that we thought we would get, because our goal was to work with the Buckeye Police Department to shout and to hopefully get some things that we hope that they found, and we come to an answer to find out what happened to my son. Instead of having the opportunity to work together, that department shut down on me anymore. They wouldn't reach out to me for a while. In fact, the relationship had gotten so bad that they decided to get an investigator of their own. How to step what we found here at the scene, found accepting all the evidence that we found. Instead, like I said, take resources of their own to find their own investigator to back up their story that I found incredible. Because it's hard for me to believe that my son was in this vehicle damaged just like that, and nobody to this day can find him. He just simply disappeared. So like I said, I continued my own search. I focused on my own search because I knew I couldn't rely on anybody from the department people who are sworn to protect and serve me, my family, and everybody alike in this country. I was able to expand my search because this vehicle was found on July the 19th, like I said. That very weekend after the vehicle was found, I expanded my search to not only cover the well site, but also to cover this crash site where this vehicle was found. In my meetings, I decided to have our searches based on a theory and also science, to where a person can walk with a possible head injury, no clothes on his body, with that terrain, the desert heat at the time because it's in the summer, and all the conditions like the animals that's out there, the wildlife, to the hostile river, the washes, and like that. So after we got those calculations in, we expanded our searches based on those areas where we couldn't cross, which was really hard at that time because of the water that flows through the Hotspot River here and there. We couldn't get on the other side of that, so we had to keep our searches close to the east side of the Hotspot River. But we was able to cover a lot of ground, putting hard, vigorous work for weeks. As you may understand, that calls a lot of resources. And every week we use a lot of resources. And so that's the reason why it was very important when I first started my searches to open up a GoFundMe. Because as you know, I have came here from South Carolina to find my son. I had the responsibility still to this day to my home in South Carolina, and also my responsibilities here. And I needed a little bit of help. So I reached out to the community. The community reached out to me. And to this day, the community has been champion piece of everything I'm doing this far. Making banners like you see right here behind, putting things on cars, trying to get awareness, ATVs, UTVs, and do this properly. Using services like aircraft, drones, or whatever, everything we need to do the searches properly. To follow leads, to have gas money to go follow leads in different cities, to passing out flyers, making flyers to every place we can. So you can understand that it's a lot of resources used at all times, every day, every week. We constantly using resources. Money is constantly going out. So I'm depending a lot on the community. As you know, like I said, I was doing my investigation and also doing my search. And all my searches were based on different things. I said at first, it was based on the place my son was last seen, and that was that well site. Then secondly, like I said, where this vehicle was found. And because everything I found to this point that would suggest that something possibly happened to my son, and that's possibly my son may have escaped somehow. Unsure of any of those answers, to open also a city search. And my city to this date has expanded. It started off in Phoenix, this population. Now it's expanded to many cities here in Arizona. And my goal is to reach every city, putting out word what happened to my son. That someone or somebody may have seen something, say something, and may want to come forward. As in, I'm paying for this tip line for anybody to be able to give out information, whether they want to be anonymous or non-anonymous. Give out information they can, what they think they may have seen, or anything. Give us some clue or something. I also open up a reward for anybody who can give information or give us anything that would lead to Daniel coming home to his family, one way out of the other. And so with all of this, we're using a lot of resources and a lot of time. Well, today I come to you again because I need real hard help. I have not gotten a lot from the police department that I needed. And just recently, they finally came out and did something that should have done on day one. Look down in the very well site my son was last seen. I was able to get them to get, they still haven't been able to get in that well that my son was last seen because they have equipment on that machine from the developers. But I'm still working on that. But it was able to put cameras down into a well that is north to where my son went missing. I was happy that they finally came out under my invitation to come out and do so. Thanks to the Buckeye Police Department for doing that. However, in my investigation, it includes getting the proper camera to get into those same wells again. And the reason why, because when the Buckeye Police Department went in those wells, they had cameras that couldn't be submergible underwater. And I need things like that, cameras that can be submergible underwater. As you know, that well is at least 800 feet deep before it touches the water. So I have to have cameras that can go farther than that, and which I have in mind to do so. So having to take this camera out there, I will be taking a camera down into the water and search every well in that area underneath the water to look down there and properly search these wells. And to do so, I need resources to be able to do so, to purchase these equipment to do so. The second thing is, because I've been doing research and also been doing investigation on my own ever since day one, my investigation had moved forward with all the information that I collected, everything that I have found. I'm getting closer and closer to an answer to what happened to my son. And to close some of these answers that I have, like I said, I need the resources. And the resources I need will cover the cost of getting this vehicle right here processed that wasn't done at the scene. To do this myself, like I said, I'm Daniel's father. I came here to find my son, and I came here to make sure that the search for my son and the investigation and everything else is done properly. From day one, I've been on here on the ground. I'm not on vacation. I'm not running around doing anything but searching for my son. And I'm serious on my job of finding my son. So like I said, I had to start my own investigation along with hopefully getting the Buckeye Police Department to work with me. So at this point, like I said, finding out that this vehicle wasn't processed at the scene, find out that the clothing hasn't been no forensics have been done on the clothing. So these are the things I had to do myself, and it's very costly. So this is the next phase of my investigation. I'm processing this vehicle. I'm processing everything that's found at the scene, including the cell phone. I'm processing the computers that I have from my son's apartment, his personal computer. Everything that is electronic had to be processed. But at the same time, it costs money. So I'm put in the dilemma right now. It's very important for me to keep the searches going that I'm doing, the efforts with the passing out the flyers to, following leads, keep my tip line up, keep this whole thing running, and remain here in Arizona. And also I need to process and keep this investigation going. So like I said, I need the help. I need the money to process this vehicle, to get the forensics work done. So I'm asking you if you can, just please, if you can kind of donate to the GoFundMe or any way that you can to help me do so. Because this is the key thing that's going to get me more of the answers that I'm looking for. And to finalize what happened to my son. I'm really close and I need this thing done. The Buckeye Police Department hadn't processed the vehicle the way it needed to be processed. In fact, I have these possessions because it was marked for safekeeping for my son to return and pick his things up. Because my investigation says otherwise, that my son wasn't coming back to pick up things and he's unharmed like the Buckeye Police Department suggested to me. I have to have this thing processed. I have to have the clothes processed. And I need it done quickly. Because as you know, DNA, things like that is sensitive. And those things need to be processed as soon as possible. So I'm asking you, please, if you can help out any way you can and keep me here in Arizona and also keep my searches going, I need your help, please. Because like I said, I'm at a point now where I had to make two decisions: either suspend my searches for a while so I can get this process done, or just keep my searches going. And I'm at this crossroad right now where I can keep the searches going, but I won't be able to process and do this forensics work. So I want to do both. I need to do everything. I need to do everything that's possible that I can to find my son. And one of those things is processing his clothing, to get the DNA test done on it, a forensics work done on it, and to continue my searches, continue getting answers, continue looking, and things like that. So to be able to do those things, I need your help. And I'm asking you again, as a community, as a people, as a nation, to help me. My son has never given up on anything. I have not given up on him to this date, and I'm still searching. I've been here, like I said, since June the 26th, doing just that, looking for my son, working hard every day, barely getting sleep. Just here, anything, the same thing any father, any mother would do, be on the front line for their child. But you know what? Sometimes we need help, and I'm asking you guys for help. If you can, please help me find my son and help me get this forensics work done on this vehicle. You look at that. That would have been the first thing I'd done. Had I been here on day one, my son been missing, had I had the proper equipment, had I had the resources like some of these departments have, or been able to reach out with people who have those type of resources, the first thing I would have done is process the scene. That's the first thing I would have done. I'm not a police officer. I'm not law enforcement, but you know what? I'm doing police work. And I've been doing police work since day one. I've been doing the work that we rely on a department to do on day one. The job that we pay them to do, you know? I have been doing that since day one. It's very hard to wear two hats, or sometimes even three, to be a father and also to be an investigator. So, and also a coordinator to a search. So, it's a lot. There's a lot done. You can imagine it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of brain power. It takes a lot of sucking up your emotions. It takes a lot to be strong. It takes a lot to be willing. And, like I said, I just need your help. I need your help. And if you can, please help me. I'm trying to collect the money that I need to keep my searches going, and also to do the forensic work that need to be done on my son's vehicle, on his clothing, on his computers. Process all that. Once I get this information, I need to get it in black and white, get it on paper, and then my investigation can be coming to its completion. As to date, I found a lot of things out, very disturbing things. But as you know, as you're doing an investigation, you keep a lot of things to yourself. It's very hard to play two parts of this thing. To know the things that I do know, and also to continue a search looking for your child. To keep your composure, to stay strong, and to make sure that everything is happening the way it should happen,
And for those of you who are just joining us, we're giving an update on the Daniel Robinson case. Wow. And we're listening to David Robinson, the father of Daniel Robinson, give us an update on his plight and his search for his son, Daniel Robinson. And for many of you just joining the chat, please go to www.pleasehelpfinddanielrobinson.com and please sign the petition. This is what the campaign is all about, along with any kind of small contribution, some coffee money, a small contribution, just so that Mr. David Robinson can get the work done to find his son. And please share this information. We're going to be on this for quite some time, but please do that. For those that are just joining us, it helps so much, and it'll only move us closer closer to helping find Daniel Robinson once and for all. So thank you for joining us.
Had I had the resources that I could have, when this thing was turned back to me, this vehicle was turned back to me on July the 20th, the day after it was found out there. It was turned to me from the Buckeye Police Department. The fingerprinting was done under my request that Buckeye Police Department did at the time. A few days after that, after I had a meeting with them and I demanded them to do some fingerprinting, I have yet got the answers from them on what their findings are. So I had to do those things on my own to get those answers. I have the vehicle. Also, the clothing. I have never yet got anything from that department about what was found on my son's clothing, or if anything at all. And and I haven't got anything that suggests if my son was even in the vehicle at all, or somebody else was driving, or anything like that. I have the airbags. I have everything I need to be processed, and I'm asking you guys to help me to do that, so we can come with these answers to find out what happened. And I can tell you, I'm doing hard work day and night. I'm not just out in the desert conducting desert searches. I'm not just out there doing city searches. I'm not just out there following leads and passing out flyers and putting out information online and doing interviews and things like that. I'm also late at night doing investigation, putting everything I know, everything I found together in files, and just understanding what happened to my son. It's hard to try to do all those things at once, but somehow God is helping me to do so. Sometimes I don't even know how I'm doing it, but you know what? I can't do it by myself. So that's the reason why you hear me say often, I think the volunteers who come out there every week, these people are amazing. They come out there every Saturday, taking their Saturdays away, maybe from their families, from their friends, things they may want to do. They're burning their own gas money to come out there to do things like line searches that I also need very much. So if you guys can come out and help me do the line searches, because they're very important at this point. As you know, my desert searches is not a rescue search anymore. It's a recovery. Because if my son is out there, we need to find his body. We need to find his remains. And to do so is very important. We have to change the way we design our searches. We used to utilize a lot of UTVs and ATVs, which we still do, but we also mostly need people on the ground doing line searches. So like I said, I can't do the searches without people like you who come out every week, do line searches, ride your UTVs, ATV, 4x4s out there in these areas that other vehicles can't go to. Diligent hard work. So like I said, I couldn't do this without people like you. I couldn't do my searches. I couldn't do my city searches, passing out these flyers. People who come out to get stacks of flyers and take it to their cities. I can't cover every city, but people live in every city and they come out to grab these flyers and pass it out into the cities, helping me expand my searches there. I couldn't do it without the media. Those medias from local that I started from, working hard, like people like Josh Sanders and Nicole Briggs, who at these local news stations, they helped me out at the beginning when I was pleading with the with this community to put my son's story out on the air. Those are the leaders that started this thing there to help me go get farther. And with the hard work of every night sitting out there, working the media the best way I can from social media, we finally got some attention under the tragedy of another family, but also according to my hard work that I've been putting out there about my son. And it caught. And I thank God for the media that actually took my son's story, me CNN, ABC, to the Red Table Talk, to Dr. Oz, to you name it. I don't want to forget anybody, so I apologize, and I did. ABC News, everybody who came out. Just everybody. I just named so many networks, and that came my son's story, which helped get his name out there. But the only burden I have since I've been doing the search is just hearing other families go through the same thing. They don't get the opportunities to even have these networks or anybody to even tell their loved one's story. I've been fortunate to get the attention that I have been getting for my son, and I'm grateful for that. But I don't ever forget those families who don't even have that opportunity. But like I said, everything I'm doing here is all because of people like you who donate, people who give me their time, their just attention, spread the word. All those things are very important. That is called community efforts, and this is the way that things should go when people go missing every time. So I also for signing my petition to said sharing everything else that I have on the website. You guys been following the story and everything, so very grateful. Like I said, I'm in my next phase here. Next phase is to get this vehicle processed. My a report out. Buckeye Police Department have their report out. My report will be coming out soon. Everything that I found, everything I have done since day one. Information from recordings to that I found that give you to what happened to my son. I was really reluctant because we pay these departments to help us out, but at this point, I need your help as a community. This is not just my case and my investigation; it's also your investigation. The people of interest out there in the public want to know just as much as I want to know what happened to my son. Of course, I want to know a lot more, but people want to know the public interest, and I'm deemed to find those answers to find out what happened to my son and to bring him home if possible. And that's what I'm aiming to do, and I've been here. And I just want you guys to know that I'm not stopping. I'm trying my best. I'm not perfect. I have not from day one said I'm perfect. This is a learning experience. I'm learning as I go. I never had a missing son before. Nobody have a missing person till they're missing. And when you start learning what you should do and what you shouldn't do. I'm still learning. I make a lot of mistakes here and there. It's hard for me to even ask sometimes for help, but I know I need it. It's very difficult time for me and my family. But I've been here on the front line champion for my family. A lot of people ask, then I know you don't get to see my family, but they're there. They're in the background. But like I said, I'm here champion for them. I'm being a champion for my son. And also, I'm trying to bring awareness to you guys and being champion for all those people that give me their love and their support by coming out, helping, by you guys donating, things like that. The media helps and everything. So I'm trying everything I can to find my son, and I'm just letting you know I'm not giving up on him. My son is a very important person. He's a contributor to society. My son has so much, even gotten a speeding ticket. He's a very good, bright young man, very highly intelligent, graduated with honors. So he has dreams and aspirations, and I'm here to make sure those things continue. Daniel will achieve his goals and his dreams. I will bring him back home, and I will help him once I get him back. So I just want you guys to know that I'm not giving up on my son. I still have faith, despite everything I know, all the information I have. That's very disturbing. But you know what? I still have faith that my son is out there, and I'm going to bring him home one way or the other. And I just want to let you know, and I ask you guys, please help me to do so. And God bless you and thank you.
Okay. And that was Mr. David Robinson giving us an update and a very powerful message for support and help. And in fact, we'll go one step further and bring up Mr. David Robinson.
Hi, how are you today?
Hello, how you doing today?
Great.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay. Doing okay.
Do I
Hello,
still
Mr.
sound like I'm
Robinson.
in a? Do I sound like I'm in a tunnel still?
Yes, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you for having me on.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. So how you've been doing?
Busy, as you know, I'm going to be busy. Yeah, have a lot of things to stay on top of. So, just keep this effort going. I really appreciate you guys, everything you're doing right now. It's amazing just hearing the feedback as I'm traveling. Want to get back here so I can join you guys. And like I said, I'm really grateful to all the effort you guys are doing. It's helping out with what the things that we need to do in terms of finding these answers and getting these forensic things done. And I'm really happy about that. It's coming along. So I'm grateful for it. Yes.
Oh, well, that's good. That's very good, and I'm glad to hear that. In fact, we've been here since I believe 4:30, and believe there is an update. I'm just going to refresh the page so that we can get an update on the current GoFundMe efforts that we've been putting out there. And let's see if we can. My computer's a little slow, but we'll get there. We'll get there. And so far, let's bring it up. And let me know if you can see that. Okay.
Oh man.
It's coming up. We're dragging a little bit.
But that's okay.
Okay, so the GoFundMe right now stands at $199,620.
Thank you guys. Yes,
Right.
appreciate it.
Yes. So we have made some progress. Our goal today is to go over the $200,000 mark. And that is our goal for today. And I know that we can get it there. I know that, we can surpass this and
Yes.
Keep the strength of these numbers going and growing, because to do forensics, it takes a lot. And my goodness, what you've done is a tremendous amount of work. And so, this is where we stand as of right now. So much love to everyone joining us in today's special live, a campaign fundraiser for Daniel Robinson. And that is that's to keep Mr. Robinson in Arizona, searching for Daniel. And most importantly, as we've just been given the update by Mr. Robinson, it's to get the forensics done on Daniel's Jeep, his clothes, the airbags, his electronic equipment that he carried with him that day, and to have that vehicle vacuumed, so to speak, for fibers, DNA, you name it, to get the job done. So that's what the campaign is all about.
That's right.
So this
Thank you.
this is where we stand right now.
That's right. There's a lot of that need to be done. I really wanted that stuff to be done on the first day. That was July the 19th. Part of an investigation, which there was never an investigation at the time. My son's vehicle was found into my son's disappearance. So, of course, no forensic work was done on the scene. The case was treated as if my son just wrecked his vehicle, escaped injury somehow, but at the same time had a brain injury, which I think that is an injury. But somehow just walked off in the desert with his clothes off, and he hopefully is supposed to be coming back a month later, to pick his things up. That's the theory of the police department, the way they handled the situation, being that case, the vehicle was turned over to me, all his belongings. It was returned to me as marked as safekeeping. My investigation, I don't see it the way that department see it. There's more. I mean, even a layperson can look at what happened at that scene and the pictures and, say to themselves, hey, this is very suspicious. It looks criminal. And, even if it looked that way, it was easier for that department to go ahead and do the forensic work, go ahead and find everything they can about the scene and work their way backwards into saying no foul play. You got to start off with foul play possibly, and then work your way back to prove and show that it's not any foul play. So they did it the opposite way. They said it was no foul play, nothing happened here, nothing to see, and they just kept it that way. So, it's up to me now as a father. Like I said before many times, I came up here to find Daniel, of course, and at the same time, I'm his father, so I have to assure that he get the justice that he deserves. We pay these people. Our tax dollars go to these departments, and we expect certain things. The same equal treatment for everybody should be done. Everything should be done the same. Just like they would for their own child. They should have been out there scrubbing that scene, finding that human remain, that skull that was only a few hundred feet. Just looking for every little piece of little evidence they can get towards what possibly happened to my son. I mean, that whole area out there is a crime scene. It's yet to be treated that way. They don't see the connection with my son going missing in that area, in that crime scene, and didn't take charge of that. So, like I said, for me, I have to. I ponder this every day, every night, trying to find different ways to make things happen. And one of those things is definitely going to have to be the forensics work done on this vehicle to go along with everything else that we investigative-wise that we have to do for ourselves. Sometimes you try to rely on people that's, like I said, sworn to serve and protect. If you do that without question, then you're in error. So, I had to do things the way I'm doing it, ask questions. Those questions are answered, and then sometimes you have to do things yourself to make things happen. So that's where I'm at.
Right. And it's very sad to hear that they dropped the ball. And they know that the longer this time delay, the longer it takes for you to find Daniel, they know that they feel in some way, shape, or form that this falls out of their responsibility somehow. And it's just something to really shake your head at, to say these are the authorities that people put their trust and faith in to fall short like this, especially when it comes to a missing person. Now, no matter what color, no matter what race or nationality or background or anything, faith, belief, to just go out there, see a vehicle crashed up like this,
right,
see clothes on the ground. I mean, literally everything that he wore that day on the ground, and not have a care in the world to say, well, I wonder how this happened. Where is he? And to just shake it off like just some kind of regular everyday incident that occurs. There's nothing much more we can do. So we'll just leave it at that kind of attitude. It's appalling. It's appalling.
That's right. So that's why I encourage everybody to come watch Miss Q when we go through that police report, and you can really understand fully how there was a lot of complacency there, not so much as caring, just pretty much just do minimal things to say you did a lot, but really, go through that police report, and I can point out some things from a timeline, from my family perspective and everything else, where there's a lot of errors. were a lot of instances where they didn't do any type of investigation at all. And we can go from there. So I'm encouraging everybody to be able to come out and watch that episode also.
Right. Miss Q sends her love.
Thank you.
And she is diligently right now working behind the scenes, taking care of a couple of things that we had spoken about earlier today. So she sends her love. She's here with us. And so do you know if Daniel ever used a two-way radio that the company may have provided him with as far as any equipment is concerned that he may have used?
Well, as far as I understand, no. A lot of those equipment, the way Matrix New World operate is the employees that work out in the field, like my son do, have to provide their own equipment. There's no anything that they purchase themselves. The way they handle things is for the employee to put in a expense report, and then they reimburse them. That type of deal. That's the way things work. So, no, Daniel, as far as I know, to speak with him on the phone on many occasions out there on the well sites that he go to, no, there was no type of thing, instruments and things like that, other than things related to his job where he may need reflectors and, just certain little items like that, things he needs to perform his job.
Right. And so did they also, from the company's standpoint, were they able to provide you with an equipment list? This is what Daniel uses out there as a field geologist, a hydrofield geologist. On that day, did they give you an itemized listing of the equipment that he might have used that day?
No, I haven't asked. So, that's one of the things I could ask for. I have never asked that. They never offered. So, no.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Have they participated in any of the recent searches that you've done in the month of January? Have they been out there with you during the most recent searches?
One representative, that's Daniel's boss. He comes to the searches. He's been to the last two searches. I think he came even probably the last 2 or 3 searches so far. So that's the only person. We don't have many from that company that ever come out. They were in the past when searches first kind of began. They sent several of their employees out on the weekend, or like I said, weekend search. They help with things like guiding people inside the gate and things like that. So they did assist with some of the searches then. But currently, no, just one. Just my son's supervisor. He comes out there.
Right. As far as you know, were any of the test results that Daniel took that day ever reported to the company, or had they let you know of any report that Daniel did turn in or didn't turn in as of yet?
What I know is they've been asking for. They was constantly asking me for those reports. Checking my son's vehicle for those reports. Of course, my son's vehicle is under investigation at the time, with my private investigation at the time. And I asked my private PI to not release anything at the time because under investigation. And so hopefully it's still intact, because to this point, no, there's nothing been removed from that vehicle, as far as my knowledge. So like I said, once I get this forensic stuff done, that'll tell me a lot. What did happen to that vehicle and what didn't happen to that vehicle, what items was removed and what items wasn't removed. Just different things like that based on investigation. But so far, as far as I know, those items, test results and all that kind of stuff still in that vehicle.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Robinson from the panel? Ms. T. Sophia?
I'm sorry, you guys. I was muted out. I don't think I have any right now.
Oh,
Good
okay.
to hear from you, Ms. Sophia.
I'm sorry?
Good to hear from you.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see that smile.
Oh,
Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, Renegade. Any commentary or questions that you may have for Mr. Robinson?
I just wanted to know if the river out there near where Daniel's vehicle was found, did it have water in it at the time, or was it already dried up?
Yeah, it was during the they had a little early. It was before the rainy season, before the monsoon season. But yes, it been raining some. It wasn't much water, but it was enough to saturate the river bottom, and so that would be almost difficult or almost nearly impossible to make it past those areas. But during the time with my son, I had to back up. When the vehicle was found, that river had a little bit of water. But back when my son, the day he went missing on June 23rd, from my understanding, it was dry. So wasn't sure of the question you asked, but when the vehicle was found, yeah, it was little water running through there, not much, but a little.
Good question. Very good question. Because we did have a discussion about whether the Hasiapa, I think they call it, river area, not too far from where Daniel's vehicle was found, whether it
Right.
was dry, whether it did have water in it at the time. We were, just thinking along those parameters to try to get a better understanding of, that particular area. And at the same time, too, we were taking a look at some other items in and around the area. Now, you've been out there searching, and most recently, you found a telephone that was out there. You've taken pictures of it and everything else like that. What are some of your thoughts about that?
Well, the one that's closer to where my son location may be some type of key. Of course, I'm hand that over to my investigator, PI, and to have it analyzed. And plus, too, not just that, I want to have also forensically analyzed. I want to kind of include that with everything that's going on with the vehicle, getting those things done too.
Right.
But it is very close proximity. It's close to a well that we discovered. I know you've seen the picture with the big giant tire on it. I was in the same area, so that's not far from where the vehicle was found. And so we're trying to make sure. My goal is to make sure that it don't have any reference to my son's disappearance. So I can't tell if it's something my son had himself. I only know of one cell phone that he owned, but I do know that that cell phone may hold some clues. So I hope we can get some answers from that.
Right. Right. Indeed. Miss Yunu, any questions or commentary so far?
I think she's still checking on her food.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Do you have any views on possibly the Palo Verde nuclear plant? Any thoughts about that based upon anything you've come across?
Well, I know that's downriver. I believe that plant, from what I can tell, when I see this, the steam or whatever you call it coming from that plant, it's at a good distance south to where my son's vehicle is found. I don't know how much danger that is in that area that we do searches and things like that, because like I said, it's a great bit distance away,
Right.
and I don't know how that have any reference to that search location or where my son went missing. I won't be able to see any connection with that, being that place had to be several miles away south, probably on the other side of I-10. So I don't think it's nowhere near the same area.
Right. Right. Okay. Welcome for those that are just joining us in today's special live. We're covering the Daniel Robinson case with Mr. David Robinson, Daniel's father. And we are doing a petition and Gofundme fundraiser campaign to help Mr. David Robinson get what he needs to get done, which is forensics on Daniel's Jeep, his clothes, his electronic gear, to have that Jeep vehicle examined carefully, forensically, by an independent professional company, and he needs your help. And so we have made the commitment to get the word out, not only here on my channel, but get the word out to other content creators, get the word out to all of our audiences and subscribers. Please visit www.pleasehelpfinddaniel.com and do one of two things or both. One is please sign the petition because it does help strengthen the numbers in helping us to move this case forward if we need to contact the Attorney General or higher authorities down the road. That's going to be of major help. And second, most importantly, try to make a small contribution to the GoFundMe, a cup of coffee, a Starbucks coffee, just to help those numbers strengthen for the items that Mr. Robinson needs to have forensically checked. And the sooner that we can get that done, the better, because the answers will be right there. And I believe that if we help to hit our paramount goal of getting these funds in place, we can get to the answers that much more quickly. And most likely, we'll be able to find Daniel that much more sooner. And third, a challenge to everyone listening to this live. We started the live yesterday on Miss Yunu's channel. We were able to raise a small amount, which was a very powerful way to start, of $3,465 by the time we were done. And that was a great start. We're continuing our campaign today on my channel to hit the goal of $200,000 before we close tonight, just to get there to that goal, so that this way we can push on. A lot more is needed, but we're going in small increments because that way we can continue to get the word out, not only to content creators, but other folks on social media platforms such as not only YouTube, but Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., etc. And so we ask it that all of you that are here participating, grab the link that's being posted in the chat room, copy the link, and take it with you into chat rooms to various different content creators that may be on later on tonight that you normally visit and listen into or participate in, and ask them permission to post the link inside the chat room, so that this way we can get the word out and spread the word regarding Daniel Robinson. We have a number of content creators already working on the case. The Grizzly team on True Crimes with the Grizzlies, so I believe it's Grizzlies True Crime, content creator out of the Netherlands, is also working alongside Mr. Robinson. A lot of the videos that we've shared on my channel have been posted on her channel, being that she's been riding very closely and carefully, monitoring the progress on this case. So much love goes out to the Grizzly team for doing that. It helps support all of our efforts, shoulder to shoulder, side by side, working in harmony with Mr. Robinson to find Daniel. And so that's the message that we're putting out today in reference to getting this case moving forward, and getting to the point to where, we can find the answers that Mr. Robinson is so desperately looking to get. So I thank all of you for joining us. Yes, thank you for being here, all of you. All of you. This is a very important and critical matter at this point because we're getting closer and closer to certain specific answers. That's the turnkey in this case. And if we can get the forensics done, that's going to move us even further. In fact, it's going to put a leaps and bounds effect on the efforts that we've put forward to try to help Mr. Robinson find Daniel. So much love to everyone joining us. This is about share, 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 get the word out. You can make a major contribution just by doing those three things, an absolute major contribution. And that's what we hope for. And become a part of the case by you doing that, signing the petition and making a small coffee donation to the GoFundMe, and of course, carrying the link and posting the link in various different content creator chat rooms, of course, with their permission. If they have any questions, they can contact me. You can give them my email address. You can let them know that John Q is asking for their help as well. We look forward to their participation. And for those that do, we will shout you out. We will shout out their channel. We will shout out the subscribers and give you guys the credit because we did so in the Summer Wells Reward Fund Marathon. We can do it again in the Daniel Robinson case. And so things are moving right along. Absolutely. Thank you so much, all of you. I mean, this takes a community effort, you know, because we all know that every one of us is important. And, you know, Daniel is a valuable person to society. You know, it's important that we find and locate him so that Mr. Robinson can bring him home. Absolutely. And I know that, Mr. Robinson, you've been busy, you know, just trying to get things coordinated for a possible upcoming search. You had to actually postpone one recently, right? Okay.
That's right. You know, several reasons, like I said, to try to make sure that we can have some funds going towards getting the forensics work done. I was saying before, you know, to try to stretch everything out, you have to make decisions. You know, either have the searches and no forensic work, or the forensic work no search. So, trying to balance those things out, and that's one of the things. My logistics coordinator, and he's also the search coordinator. We talked about, you know, trying to save some of the funding to get some of those things done.
Right, right. Now, I know that also in part of having a certain equipment, underwater cameras for you to check those wells are most important to have as well, right?
That's right. You know, one of the things with the cameras going underwater, that's very important. You know, that well that my son went missing from has yet to be checked. They even put equipment down in that well to pump water out into a big orange tank. I don't know what's on the end of that hose, but I do know that the equipment hadn't been, as far as I know, moved just yet. They is promising to have that removed. That's what the Buckeye police told me. And to this date, I don't know if it ever been removed, but I know the day that it came out, it wasn't searched. A well that was north of my concern, that was north of where my son went missing, that was searched. But like I said, you know, the most important part is, you know, after this length of time, cameras need to go underwater. The cameras that they provided only was a surface camera. They went down to the surface level of the water and didn't look in the water. So, you know, that was I was grateful to have some type of camera to go down. But like I said, that job wasn't complete. You know, again, whenever I'm a very detailed person, you know, this is my son's life is at stake. His, you know, everything is at stake. You know, just finding him is at stake. So if the job is not done correctly, of course, I hate to have to do it, but I have to go behind and do the job correctly. So one of those things is to make sure that you know, provide the cameras that can actually go under the water. They'll check not just the surface of the water, but actually go down in the well water to check what's underneath the water. You know what I'm saying? Because you know,
Right.
things this length of time do settle down to the bottom. So, you know, make sure that everything is clear. A job needs to be done properly.
Right, right. And you know, that's what I deem, you know, one to be one of the most important things and aspects of the search is having that equipment. Um, have you had the means to engage in any recent drone searches in and around the area?
Most searches that we have out there every Saturday, people bring their drones, their personal drones. That's one way we get our footage out there, the area that we need to still search, along with the mapping system that works. Evan, he's very, very knowledgeable with that. So that's how we update our maps. Also, following up what we do, what areas that we probably could miss. The drones are very helpful to, look at areas that we can't get the volunteers at necessarily from the ground. But there are some drones that we do not have that we need. Drones that have the infrared technology that can have the right program or software where you can look at ground services or whatever. The way I explain that is, if something was digged up and buried, no matter how length of time that area would shift differently from everything else that wasn't disturbed. So over time, so those areas can be pointed out with the proper software, the proper drone types that can handle that kind of situation. However, those drones are very expensive. To be able to get those drones, you have to use a lot of money to purchase those. So that's the kind of things that kind of hold back when you trying to manage everything to make sure the money spreads. Like you said, for me to be here for one thing, keep the searches going and the investigation. So you have to kind of reconsider what you can and what you cannot purchase to keep things running as long as you can. Because there's no timeline to when I find my son. So when I find my son, I'm gonna find him. I hope, like you said, Mr. Q, is gonna be sooner than later.
Yes.
Seeing that we don't have those for sure answers, I need this search for my son to go as long as they can to make that happen.
Right. Right. And, as far as, from our last conversation, has the Buckeye Police Department contacted you on any additional updates pertaining to, the case at hand right now? Have they provided any kind of assistance to date as from what you can tell us?
No, no. The last time I heard from that department was when they came out under my request to search those wells. Last conversation I had was with Detective Biffin, who told me that they went out to two of the mine locations, which I had to verify myself. They went out to these mine locations vertical mine locations that I gave them the coordinates to. They just told me that the first one they went to was not really a mine. It was a dug in area. It wasn't that deep at all. And they didn't find anything. So the second mine, they said they couldn't make it to because at the time they was planning to go back out there to try to get to this mine. But the vehicle got damaged or something or the other. So that's the last time I heard from them to this date. So like I said, those areas of concerns, I definitely, again, I'll go do it myself. So that's the plan. Trying to do all that at one time, but it takes time for me because everything's pulling a lot of different directions. So when the time comes, I'll be out there and search those locations myself and see what I
Right.
can do to get the proper people out there because vertical mines are dangerous. I guess one of you guys sent me, I think you, Mr. Q, sent me a video. It's very when I watch that video, it make you think, saying how time consuming and what type of equipment you really have to properly search a vertical mine. So it's intimidating, just to even think about that. So,
Right.
but I will try to my best to those mines searched the proper way.
Right. I know that you and I have spoken about EquiSearch, and we've spoken about some of these other specialty groups that perform searches in various different ways. Has anyone else aside from EquiSearch reached out to you in reference to any kind of the equipment that you're looking for?
Well, I did talk to, I believe his name was Dave Rader or something. I just can't remember exactly, but I think that's what it was. And EquiSearch a while back. I know people keep bringing them up, but they told me a while back that their service wouldn't fit criteria from what I understand of my son's case. However, they did refer me to another nonprofit. I can't remember their name also, but they're the ones that I put in the letter to the Buckeye Police Department. If they had the drones that I was just speaking about earlier, with those technologies that can find out those areas that I was looking for. This kind of stuff I needed. The day of that Saturday that they said it was coming out, I received a call that they wasn't coming out because the workers, I guess, for that nonprofit didn't show up. It was just him by himself, and he couldn't come out. So he apologized for that, and he said he hopefully can help me some other time. That's the last I heard of them, but yeah. So no, the Aqua searches. I hear about them a lot. I did get informed that my son's case don't fit their criteria.
Right. Now, I just noticed in the chat room that Evan Short just joined us in the chat, who's working alongside Mr. David Robinson. I dropped the link in the chat room for Evan if you wanted to come up and say a couple of words, or if not, that's okay. We understand everything is ongoing and but I wanted to let everybody know that Mr. Evan Short is in the chat room. He is one of the search coordinators working with Mr. David Robinson, searching for Daniel Robinson out in the Sonoran Desert. And would, if you could, love to have you up. But then again, if you can't, we understand. So not a problem. And it's great because I believe that the recent drone footage that was taken by Evan was phenomenal of the corral and water tank area south of where Daniel's car, his vehicle, was found. And that area has always been an interest of not only myself, but for the team that I work with. In that specific area, because so much more seems to be coming out of that area now that you're down there than previous closer to Daniel's vehicle.
Right.
Yeah. So you've been finding various different items, some bones, whether they be animal, some are even human, and that's even phenomenal even to find.
Yeah, you speaking of the special location, or you speaking of? I missed that.
The that corral and water tank area, it seems to be developing more and more evidence, if you will, of either bones from animals or human remains. The phone was found in and around that area. The well was found in and around that area where the tire was laid over it.
That's
and
right.
I just found that you're getting closer and closer every move you're making now, because you're able to expand that search group down there south of where Daniel's car is.
Yes, we're trying to hope we get down, get some of that line searches down towards that Pioneer plant. Also, Elvin, he can tell you this too. Those areas are very difficult to get volunteers in. We tried to find all kinds of ways logistically to even shuttle people across the Hassayampa River to some of those little tougher areas for people to walk through. So it is very tough. The terrain changes from different areas. So, but those are areas that need to be searched. If I had my way, those areas that do need to be line searched. Line search, like I said, is very important because it gives you an avenue to actually look on the ground closely and just really observe anything you find suspiciously. You can even find a button on the ground. I've seen volunteers find things like that. These people are very dedicated, hard workers, and they don't come out there to play games. They come out there to find answers, and they're out there working hard. So we get a lot of accomplishment when we're out there. But like I said, logistically, it's sometimes very difficult to get volunteers in certain areas. So we hopefully in the future searches we can get down to those areas that you're speaking of.
Right. And appreciate that. We have with us, joining us, Mr. Evan Short. Evan, how are you?
I'm doing well, John.
Hello,
Thanks.
Mr. Evan.
Hi. Afternoon,
Yes,
Mr. Robinson. Long time no talk.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I didn't mean to shock you.
Your face look kind of blank there, Evan.
Evan, since we have you on panel, is there anything you'd like to share regarding your experience, the search experience with Mr. Robinson looking for Daniel?
Well, I mean, as far as the experience that we've had over the past half year, over half year,
Yeah.
it's just been very very humbling. It's the turnout every week of people who are just wanting to show up to see how they can help out. And it's so amazing, and I would just but I was the same way, like day one when I showed up, and I heard a message that a dad needs to find his kid, and I was like, all right, well, let's go out. And then it's it's just been a part of seeing how I can help out since then. And we've been getting a lot of regulars that have been showing up, and we've developed quite a core team that I feel comfortable saying we're going to do a line search, and I see somebody show up and I'm like, oh cool, like I can have that person in charge of the line and I know that they're going to be safe.
Right.
Just things like that really just really impressed me with and it reassured me on humanity, I guess, for lack of better terms. But it's really great to have that turnout. We still have a lot of areas that we want to search. We originally started out as performing hasty searches where we have the square kilometer grid, and we send people out. Since then we've been Miss Robinson and I, we've been making this up as we go. We're not professional search and rescue people, but by gosh, we're getting pretty good at it, unfortunately.
Right.
And using different technologies like the Gaia GPS application to have people load on there, and that way we have data, not just guessing. Oh, we had 10 people go to this grid and they found a human skull. Cool, but now we have data behind our searches that shows, yes, we have successfully conducted a good line search, and we can mark this area off, and we're keeping good track of all that.
Right. Well, that's good. That's good. I know that on previous searches there was information about a lion's den or a lion's lair out there southwest of where Daniel's Jeep was found, and that area was almost like an area you don't go in because of the wildlife out there. Do you guys anticipate getting to that area very soon or shortly?
Well,
That's go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
You got it, Evan.
All right. Yeah. We've known that area, and for the public, essentially, that we don't want to have just anybody go up there. We do have, I guess, for lack of better terms, and this might be the vet in me, but we have special operators that are geared and equipped with being able to defend themselves, and also have the equipment to look at those areas. That is one of the sections that we do want to get special teams out to do more of a conduct a more of an intense detailed search of that area.
Right.
But that is that's like a good 3 kilometers away, 2-3 kilometers away off the top of my head. I can't remember, but it's across the Hacienda, and it's a fun drive and a side-by-side, much less a foot search. So it's just the logistics of getting people out equipped properly in the right locations at this point.
I want to add too that that area, like you said, we've been out there in the summer months, but like you said, that area you do need to be searched a lot more. I do want to point out that it was called a lion's den, and from what I understand now, lions don't have dens. For one thing, in that area, they don't have dens at all. And but that area was called a lion's den. I was even told by the department that they went inside a lion's den to clear it. So I found out later there's no such thing. So it's just things that be said to me as a family member. I don't know if it's being facetiously or just to have you just believe anything. But because I was told that don't go there, I went there. Of course, I've been around that area up there. I didn't run into any lions at the time. I did run into so horses obviously been up that area. It wasn't cattle. Someone horseback riding through there. But like Evan said, that's one of the areas that definitely have to be detailed with specialized people. We do defend yourself when you go up there. We don't know what to expect when it comes to a mountain lion. It was told that if one is in that area, supposed to be aggressive, but it's tagged by Game and Fish, so they're aware of it. They're tracking it. They pretty have a tracker, I guess, on that animal. But like I said, Evan, ran across it. Of course, I haven't. But the thing is that definitely had to be searched.
Right. Yeah, because that also, was very interesting to me to see how close in proximity, that area was compared to Daniel's Jeep. And whenever you have wildlife like that, that's out there close in the vicinity in some way, shape, or form, it plays a very important factor regarding the search, because now you want to isolate that area as quickly as you can and get that area, checked and searched and secured, knowing that, hey, there's no activity here. There's been no activity here. We don't have to really, worry too much about, wildlife in this particular quadrant or sector. It's the other areas that have the mines, the vertical mines, the wells, and things of that nature, where that well that you had found with the tire on top of it was breached. And when I heard your voice echo out of it, when you said, hup, hup, and it came back, I said, my goodness, that's a red flag right there, because who lays a tire on top of a well cover, a secure cover? And I'm sure that's got to be checked by BLM or someone that is monitoring that well for its integrity.
Well, I think that's private property for one thing. I do know that well, after looking at it again, has a ladder that goes down into that well. Believe it or not, there's a ladder to going down in there. One of the volunteers pointed that out to me. And, I don't know how far it goes down, the ladder itself. One volunteer, she suggested going down in that way. I smiled because, she's really a bold lady, but no, I told her that that's not the case. We won't be doing that. But yeah, we definitely need to get some take a look down there.
Right. One of our chat members in the audience had asked the question in regards to, do you know the girl that your son was in love with? And
I saw that question and I knew it was coming.
So.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say my son had never said he was in love with this lady. That's some spin that I think the media can sell a story. I don't know, try to turn it to a love story or love affair. But, he's not saying that verbatim that he was in love with some woman he didn't know. That's not the conversation my son and I have had together, our 2-hour conversation about her. So I don't know where the love thing come from. I even heard a report from one news organization. I'll try to get in contact. I didn't have time to do that. I wanted them to retract their statement, and they quote of me, because they said the father said, he was in love with a woman he didn't know. I never said that ever, and I wouldn't even say anything like that. That's something that is untrue. So I know he may have a liking for her, of course. Who knows? He's a young man, and that's possible. So I'm not saying about the love part. So I don't know. I don't know the lady.
Right.
I just know that she's young. I know that my son did come in contact with her and things like that. So as you all know.
Right. And from I guess your point of view, you can only take but so much with a grain of salt until you vet it and check it out for yourself,
That's right.
because so much can come out, and you've got 1,001 things that's laid out on the table pertaining to the search, the coordination of the search, the city searches that have to be coordinated, the flyers, the people on the ground, the numbers that you have to deal with. Sometimes it's a large group, sometimes it's a small group,
Yes.
whatever resources that you have to deal with and everything. So yeah, I can definitely understand that, especially when it comes to someone being mentioned like a female concerning Daniel being involved in some way, shape, or form. And
Right.
I believe, that whoever is following this case has come across that there was a female that was involved in some way, shape, or form with Daniel, and that she may also be a part of something, but you never know until you check it out for yourself.
I definitely don't rule anything out.
Yeah,
Of course, I'm in the accusation mode, but I can say I don't rule out anything. Just like Evan and he has his way of looking at things. We out there searching for my son. We don't know what happened. We consider everything, and Evan would tell you that every possibility. It's very hard to do that as a. Some people say, hey, Mr. Robinson, you're biased, and because he's my son, of course. Of course I am, but at the same time, I can tell you I can be open-minded too. And you have to, when you're saying that you're going to investigate something, you can't have a one-sided mentality. You got to consider all options, but you have to also pin it against what I know about my son. I know his personality. Hey, my son was there. I was there from day one. And so, against his personality, what I know about my son versus what a person may have known for 10 minutes or may have recognized for a year, something like that, a little time, I have more of a lifetime, my son. So those type things, Evan would tell you, that's exactly what we do out there. Consider everything when we're out there searching.
right. Now I know that in I guess the upcoming search that you and Evan are going to be looking into. Each time you go out to do and perform a search, I guess you have like a grid goal that you guys sit down and say, okay, well, we left this area. We need to go here, here, and here, and here. And you can only do that based upon, I guess, the number of people and, of course, the resources that you have available to do that day, right?
That's right. I'll let Evan speak on that. He's a very talented man when it comes to organizing, getting people in locations that we need to go. We talk about that, of course, you're right, plan these things out. But once we get on the ground and execute it, that's most of Evan right there to get people in those areas that we need to get them. With the numbers that we have, that's all I want to say. Evan,
Right.
you can speak on that.
Yeah. So it's kind of the blessing and curse of having volunteers show up is like we never know what we're going to get week to week. So
That's right.
we usually have like plan A, B, and C. Like the primary. I've got like this main area that we want to. If we've got like a large crowd, this is where we're going to go hit. But I always have like plan B and C, and then I've got like some people with special tools. And then we never know when we're going to have cadaver dogs show up. So like one week I'll have like everything planned out, and then I'll have like some new team show up and say, hey, we got cadaver dogs. I'm like, cool, give me a minute, let me think of where we need to go hit. So yeah, it's a lot of making it up as we go. But yeah, we usually have like a plan A, B, and C depending on what resources we have per week.
Right. Yeah, because I know that once you get that situated as a goal for that day, you hope you're able to cover that terrain during a specific amount of time so that you can move that off the table to get to the other sectors that haven't been searched.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. So
I got a question for
Yeah, so I've
David
been looking
or
at
Evan.
the yes,
Are the landowners out there, are
I'm
they
saying repeat the
with you?
question, Renegade.
Are the landowners out there, are they letting y'all search their land, or are they like keeping you off of their land?
Oh well, we never ran across them. You know, there's a gate there, and they happen to be unlocked. You know, we make our way in. I guess that's the only way I can put it. I don't know if that's the right way we need to say that, but you know, no, I didn't have any
There,
problems as far as I know so far.
there's a
when I-
couple areas that we've poked around at where MCSO or Buckeye's shown up. They've got cameras and stuff in the area, probably trail cams that the owners they all they see is just a group of people hiking through the desert, walking up onto their property. We have been in contact with somebody that knows the landowners just south of where the vehicle was, and that well site we were referring to. They said, absolutely not a problem. In fact,
right,
we've heard that Buckeye. He even said that Buckeye was with them, and they went through the buildings and stuff down there at one point. And they're open to having us conduct line searches and stuff on that property. The landscaping area, which is several kilometers south, which is they're
very
not a big
aggressive.
fan of anybody coming onto their property at
Yeah,
all.
they're
At
very
all.
aggressive.
So
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Great
So we do run
question.
into those
Great.
problems with that Pioneer plant.
Okay, what I wanted to do was to bring us up to date. I know that we're running a little behind in sharing an update, so we wanted to share the fundraiser page so everyone can know where we stand. It has grown, and now we are at the $199,645 mark, and we're getting closer and closer to the $200,000 mark. So you guys have been terrific and great, and all we ask in support of the campaign that we've been working on is to help find Daniel. And the way we do that is to come to the website, www.pleasehelpfinddaniel.com. The links are in the chat. And we'd like for everyone to participate in this campaign. And the way you can do so is to go here to the webpage and sign the petition. And that'll be the first step because it strengthens the numbers for the Robinson family to have when they need it to bring to the attention certain people that, whether it be the Attorney General, whether it be someone of authority, they have the backing of the people. Okay, that would be step one. Step two, if you can possibly donate a few dollars, a Starbucks coffee and a donut to the GoFundMe today, and just make that small little sacrifice to do that helps these numbers address the forensics that Mr. Robinson desperately needs done. That is to have Daniel's Jeep inspected and forensically examined, along with Daniel's clothes, his electronic gear that he had with him that day, that's phone, computer, and any other electronic item that he may have had, and to have the Jeep forensically and thoroughly searched through fiber, DNA, et cetera, along with the airbags that were deployed in the vehicle. All of that forensically has to be checked in order to, one, determine whether Daniel was driving that car or not. Okay. Two, to determine who else was with Daniel, if there was anybody at all. And three, bring more answers than questions to what happened to Daniel.
That's right.
And to get those answers requires an extra step, and this is the extra step that the community collectively as a whole can help Mr. Robinson achieve. And that's to get those answers that'll move him closer to finding Daniel.
Right. And hear me very well? Am I good right now? Am I okay? Okay. Is my voice okay? No?
Moderate.
Moderate? Oh my God,
Yeah,
I don't
you,
know what's going on. Everything was fine yesterday. Okay, so if you guys could hear me, I just wanted to say, can we please heat up that pot so we can get that water boiling, so we can make it go over, so we can, you
Yeah.
know, like, you guys please donate. We would appreciate a little donation from everyone in here. If you did, please have not signed up. Let this going. And like we have the hashtag now, okay? The hashtag is buy, hold on, buy Daniel's dad a coffee. Hashtag blessings. Let's go, guys. Let's go. $5 or more.
Yes.
That's it. That's all.
good.
That's right. That's right. Buy Daniel's dad a coffee is
Yes.
just a small contribution, and the best part about it is that you become a part of the case, an active case to get resolved. And this
Yes.
is the reason for community participation. And the challenge is to take this information and to share it with other content creators that you visit, that you're subscribed to, and please ask them to allow you to post the link to pleasehelpfinddaniel.com in their chat rooms. Even though they may not be talking about Daniel, they could be talking about an entirely different subject matter, but to include them as part of a growing community that brings awareness to this case, brings support to this case, and helps these guys here get the job done. You know, David Robinson wants to find Daniel ASAP. Evan Short wants to, get back his time to be and do what he enjoys doing. You know, being out there in the Sonoran Desert, looking and searching and spending time, hours, money, energy, and resources takes a lot away from natural life, if you will. You know, your natural way of living. So we ask that of you this evening, wherever you may be, whether you're on the East Coast near New York, where I am, or you're on the West Coast over in California, whether you're around the world in Australia or Canada or South America, and listening to our program this afternoon, please get the word out. This is a very important campaign, a very important plight. Mr. Robinson needs to find Daniel right away. To do so, sign the petition. Just render up that coffee and donut money to the GoFundMe. It's a small amount to make a major contribution to step forward, and share the link. That's what we're asking everyone to do. And when you do that, you make a major contribution on affecting this case. And it brings a positiveness to the community, because inherently we're all good. We all want to see good happen. And so this is just a small step in the right direction for all of us. So I thank you all for joining us this evening for a special live on the Daniel Robinson case. We have Evan Short, which is a search coordinator, one of the lead search coordinators in the Daniel Robinson case, along with Mr. David Robinson, who's joined us this evening to give us an update and to bring us up to speed, and to to share with us everything that they're going through out there in the Sonoran Desert looking for Daniel. And we appreciate all of you and your participation in this campaign. So I did have a one question for you, Evan. I guess, is this the first major assignment like this you've ever done before? Have you done previous searches in your experience?
No, this is actually the first time I've been in. I was a member of CERT back in the day, like a long time ago, post 9/11, but nothing in the as far as this goes. My wife saw a tweet originally when they found the vehicle, and then Miss Robinson put a request for anybody that has like a 4x4 and knows how to use radios. And well, I was in the Army as a communications and intel analyst, so I was like, all right, well, I qualify. So we showed up, and there seemed to be a need to help just coordinate and manage people, getting them out to areas and keep track of things. And that's just how I've been, and I told Miss Robinson, I was like, I'll help however needed. And he'll laugh when I say this, but I'll hand out water if needed. But that's just how we've been doing it since then. Since then, I have become a member of the National Association of Search and Rescue, and I'm working on my certifications. In fact, I got my books and everything right here. So this is something I'm going to be working towards moving forward. I caught the bug in helping out people like Ms. Robinson and families like that. It's something that's on my heart to do moving forward.
Oh, that's great. I'm just so grateful that David was able to connect with you, and you guys coordinate and get a game plan going to conduct these searches and work with the people and everything else like that. I mean, it's an experience for all of us because of the cases that I work on my channel. I've covered the Kanika Jenkins case, the West Boys out of California City, California, covered the Summer Wells case. And so I'm used to working on an investigative level to take a look at things that I see that are out of the ordinary and start to pinpoint and point things out to try to make a positive contribution on bringing remedy to these cases.
Right.
When we see things that don't look right, we call it out.
That's right.
And apparently in this case, we see a lot of wrong things, and so we're calling it out too.
That's right. I just want to throw in something real quick, Mr. Short. From my perspective, yeah, he's been from day one. He and his wife came along, and like I said, they haven't ever taken a day off. When I say taking a day off, they've been here from day one when Mr. Short came in and helped with searches. Like I say, he's a very talented guy. I often call him, he probably laugh about this himself, call him Mr. Smart. He kind of like that. Because that's the way I think of him. He's actually very good at what he's doing, being that, like you say, we kind of make it up as we go. We're learning a lot when it comes to conducting searches and things like that. So just putting it together. But like I said, they've been there since day one, and he's been working with passion. Him and his wife. Like I say, they don't complain about nothing. They don't ask for anything. They just you can tell they're actually doing it from their heart. And just like many other volunteers that come out there every Saturday, like you said earlier, we are family. And so we have the volunteers come out, and we have new ones. Sometimes we have more new people than we have the regulars. And but we all family out there. Everybody's really, really passionate about finding my son, and that's very helpful. Like I said before, for all of us, it gives us, help our to remain, mentally healthy. Our morale, keep our morale up. Because you can tell that, you can imagine when we're out there and you find some things that we may think is human remains, or, we can kind of look at how much area that we did, which we did a lot of acres. I mean, Evan give you the numbers of the acres that we were able to accomplish. But at the same time, that desert is, it can sober you a little bit too, because you look at it like you think you're done, and then you just put a small dent in the area. So, but with all of that, like I said, that passion, on that drive, like Mr. Elvin and his wife, Mr. Short and his wife, put into the searches. So it's just Elvin and I now. We start off with a nice sized team with the two last men and his wife standing, and so we're able to keep the searches going. So we thank you for every help that you give us. Saying when you come out there, like you said, we kind of have the numbers there sometimes when we plan, and sometimes we don't, but we make do what we have and get the job done. So I contribute that a lot to Mr. Short.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yes, definitely, definitely, and to see this unfolding the way it is, my belief is that you guys are getting closer and closer and closer to the details, to the facts, and so I hope that all of the news media and all of the folks that you've come in contact with, Mr. Robinson, ask you back for an update, uh, on their programs, to stick and stay on this story, to bring more exposure out and to get an update on what you're doing in matters of finding Daniel. We had recently had posted Jada Pickett Smith's Red Table interview with you and family members recently, and it was very touching to see how touched she was about your plight to find Daniel. And so I hope she comes back. I hope people reach out to you and support all of your efforts, along with Evan Short and along with all of your coordinated team, your search team out there. And, I hope that Buckeye Police Department turns around and says, well, you know something, we need to do something because they're making us look like idiots over here. So, yeah.
That's why
And to even hear, somebody say you're doing a better job than they could ever do is crazy. I hope that the FBI decides to jump in and send in a consulting group to speak with you about your search, because you're around federal land out there in the Sonoran Desert. There is property out there that they federally have to maintain. So you guys are in and all, back and forth through there, and so I'm sure that they're watching. I'm sure everyone's watching.
Right.
I hope they are. I hope they are.
Yeah.
Any?
I was gonna
Yes.
say this was important for we're doing this campaign for getting this forensic work done. However, we can't stop putting the pressure on that department. So I do still encourage people to make those phone calls, continue to send those emails and letters, demanding that department to act and do some things. So I've been encouraged by other law enforcement agencies across the country to keep that fire on that department. A lot of people don't understand. I get a lot of messages from law enforcement all over this country who apologizes for what Buckeye is doing. They're embarrassed. They say they don't call that police work. They're embarrassed to even see what's going on. And that's behind the scenes. That's the kind of things I hear from law enforcement all over the place. So, we have to keep that pressure on them to make them act a little bit more professionally and take this case seriously and get the right persons in. If they can't handle the job, they need to move out the way. They're just taking up space, and then they get somebody in there that can actually do it.
Right.
Yes. To jump in real quick, sorry, but for the ask, and I've thought a lot about this. I understand, like if Buckeye PD, and I've literally walked the desert and through the wash with officers, and I've spoken with them, and the times that they have shown up to help out, like they're working on overtime and stuff like that, and I get it. Like I'm a manager, so I get having to worry about overtime and stuff like that. But what we could really use the help with from Buckeye PD, and I've said this to Ms. Robinson a few times, and we're in agreement, is like if they can bring somebody in, and you John, you brought up to this point, is if they can bring somebody in from an advisory role, just to come in and say, hey, guy who is making this up as you go, we brought in Buckeye. We asked Maricopa County Sheriff's posse to come in and just to evaluate how you're doing it. If there's a better way to keep track of things, better resources, to like, I'm open to it. Please bring somebody in, please. So that would be my big ask. We have people showing up. We have a really good core team. that can be the boots on the ground. But if we can just get that advisement and an advisor to come in to help, that would be great. Also, there's like ASSTAR and other organizations that we've been in contact with, and then they said, well, we can't do anything because we have to have law enforcement invitation. They haven't done that yet. We would, just ask for the additional resources is all we're asking.
That's right.
Right. Because that would help. It would help out tremendously to get this job done.
Yeah.
And, sorry to say, me, I don't like to be around people who sit on their hands, especially in an important matter such as finding a loved one. It could be one of theirs one day. And, who knows, how would they want other people to react? Well, the same way that people are reacting now. Let's get out there and do our part, because we're all keepers of each other in a sense. We all have to look out for one another as a community.
Right.
So that's always been interesting to me that this case is now going close to 8 months. And, you guys have been out there, every weekend as much as possible. And I was just, taken back a little bit by the air searches that were done on June 25th. That was stated in the police report that was done by the Firebird helicopter. No Daniels Jeep. They didn't find it. The Civil Air Patrol that went out there on July the 9th and 10th, and they checked the area by air, covered well over a 10-mile range, and no Jeep. And so it just like dawned on me to say, well, if they didn't find the Jeep from the air then it wasn't there. It's just my opinion. And if it wasn't there, then where was it? Only to find that someone from the ground, a rancher, found the Jeep and then reported it to Buckeye Police Department. And so, I said, my goodness, I said, is there anybody monitoring that area out there?
That's
and that,
the Air Force base on the other side of White Tank Mountain. So one of the things that I have yet to find, answers or find ways to get those answers is the satellites. I'm sure there's thousands of them up there that's pointing down in those areas because of that military base in proximity. You have a nuclear plant in proximity. You have a infrastructure in proximity, right next to where the vehicle found, in between those 2 points. So I'm sure those areas are being heavily watched because of that. So it's just a problem of finding the right resource or place or whatever. And I've been trying for months, trying to find people who actually can give me those that footage, if they have any, of those days where my son went missing, and get some type of clue. You can see, I'm sure some of those satellites can may not show a person, but they can show a vehicle movement, things like that. So I'm not sure how those things work, but those are kind of things that I'm working for a while now to try to get answers for.
We've reached out to a couple of different places, at Maricopa County Assessor's Office, the GIS office. We've confirmed that they didn't have any footage during that month window, unfortunately. But there are other resources out there that commercially or through a warrant, you'd be able to access that information. Unfortunately, getting that footage is very costly, which is why we're really kind of hoping for a warrant. But we were also hoping forensically that a lot of things would have been done as well. So,
right.
I did hear somebody in the chat was asking about the GPS phone tracking. Go back on Google and trace back history. Several things. When that vehicle was found, I was immediately told that, well, actually, before the vehicle was found, I was told that, the GPS system, they couldn't track that because somebody just they was told that the company it was Uconnect. Buckeye told me they contacted that company. And that company tried to assess my son's Uconnect on the vehicle to find out where the vehicle is located, and said that he didn't have a subscription, but he still can, check it out. However, when they went to go do so, they said they didn't get anything, all zeros or something or other. And the only reason why that happened is because somebody must disconnected the battery. What I was told, there's less power source or something like that would cause that the malfunction. So those are the initial things that was told to me as a family when it comes to the vehicle. However, with the of course, as a family, we could requested ping data, from my son's phone. Of course, at that time, they said they couldn't get ping data because they couldn't access it. First, it was because they couldn't get a warrant. The second part was because it wasn't something they can, get because of because of the fact that it wasn't a criminal case. Then also we asked for, camera footage, for instance. They couldn't get that. The only thing they was able to get was, I guess, the pictures you guys saw initially on the missing persons report that Buckeye put out. The back of the vehicle was very clear, but they said that was my son's vehicle when he was going to see his sister in California out on the interstate. So those type things we did ask for once the vehicle was found, and I was able to get information about my son's cell phone. Well, actually, when they turned those things over to me, when I was able to access that phone, everything been white, like I tell you guys before. His Google history was white. His memory card was missing. Just certain things was deleted out of that phone. So, but gratefully, under my own investigation, I was able to get in touch with Google, who helped me get all those things downloaded back to my son's phone. So that's the reason why, in my investigation, I was able to pinpoint locations where my son was at in certain days. So, Mr. Q, you have some ideas about what I'm talking about right now, but
Yes.
but those are things I'm not willing to put out in public just yet, because we're still working that case on that information that we now have.
Right. And then that makes sense. And with all the hard work and efforts gone into this search right now, we're not tipping any hands or anything else like that. We're going to, proceed with a steady hand and stay the course, because I believe that, the more we do together, the more closer we get to the truth, as to what happened with Daniel and everything else like that. As far as looking at this case and looking at the aspects of foul play, it's the first thing that hit me when I saw Daniel's Jeep and his clothes, and then the backstory behind it. When he arrived at the job site, there was a co-worker from another company, a well technician that he was supposed to meet up with to begin work. They had a brief conversation of some kind, and then Daniel just abruptly left and disappeared, and that was it. Only to find that his Jeep was found on July 19th in the condition that it was found in, and then given over to you. Well, you were contacted on the 19th from the police department stating that, they had found Daniel's Jeep, but it sounded like they found it sooner and then contacted you afterwards.
Well, they contacted me on the 20th. That's why everybody's hearing me initially on the news channels and stuff saying the vehicle was found on the 20th. That shit was found on the 19th. They waited over 24 hours, almost over 24 hours to contact me and let me know that the vehicle was found. And his reasoning was because they didn't want to disturb my sleep, which I thought was ridiculous. I'm here since June the 26th, having conducted searches for my son out there in the desert, and they're thinking I'm sleeping. Somehow they want to be disturbed when they find information about my son's vehicle. I think that once that rancher alerted them that the vehicle was found, found or whatever the case may be, that's when they should have called me as a family. But they don't give me that kind of respect as a family. They don't take me as a family seriously, and that's the way I take it. You know what I'm saying? It's very disrespectful how that department approached my family. They make jokes about my son joining a monastery, to saying things like they flying their helicopter so low on the ground I can touch the bottom of it, man hanging out the window. This crazy stuff they say to me. So
Right.
that just tell me how they approach my son's case. They don't take it seriously. They think I'm a joke. They may think my family a joke, and that's the opinion I have when I see them do things like that. Hindsight, that's problematic. But like I said, I didn't know anything about that vehicle until the day after.
Right, right. And then again, for them to turn over the vehicle rather quickly to you
Right.
in regards to the next day, and then they're going to tell you one thing and then say another, to say that we're looking into the matter, we're investigating. And it's kind of puzzling to say, well, how can you investigate something you don't have no evidence on? You
Right.
know?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I found that very interesting as well.
Right, the investigation never happened. And that's the reason why they said they couldn't get some of the, data and things we asked for, ping location. They had to have an investigation first of all, and second of all, that the only reason why he told me the investigation would happen if they suspected foul play. Initially, they
Hmm.
say they didn't suspect foul play. They even came out on right after my son's vehicle on their social media to say that they had no more leads to follow, and they wasn't investigating. They even told my PI that it wasn't investigating. So I'm saying is, they since took that post down when the media came along and say, hey, why you wasn't investigating? Now they say, oh, we are investigating. We've always been investigating. But yet they took the post down, which I have a copy of, because things you put on social media never go away. But they said even on their website online on Facebook, they wasn't investigating. So this investigation only came once they saw that I wasn't going away. Once I demanded the forensics work, they ended up doing the fingerprinting days after the vehicle was found. And when, like I say, from the pressure of the media to the volunteers, people like yourself, as I'm grateful of, putting that pressure on them, they are saying, "Oh, we're investigating." There's no invest. What are you investigating? Just like you said, they went to get a logistics a accident reconstructionist of their own, who made a full report without even touching the vehicle, without even seeing the vehicle.
Yeah.
He's working off of third party information. So, and they put that in the report, but they don't have any information about what my investigator found, and put that as a report, a lead action in their report. They don't have any information from the rancher. His full report that I have, he gave me a testimony, and they don't have any in that kind of stuff. So I'm saying it's selective. It's things they wasn't doing the correct way, and that sometimes I keep talking about these things, and I think sometimes people think I'm coming off as a basher of the cops. I'm far from that. My son's life is at stake. My son's life is at stake. He's missing. I need answers, and when things are not done correctly, I'm going to mention about it. So if it looks like bashing, it's not. It's just the facts coming out, and I'm not afraid to speak facts. I'm not afraid to question the police department, and I'm not afraid to point it out when they're not doing their job. So it's not bashing. It's really asking them to do their job properly.
Right. Right. So on the next search coming up, if let's just say, if you had everything that you needed, I'm sure that there would be an entirely different point of view, which goes to need. If you could get the equipment, and I'll address this to Evan. If you could get the equipment that you would need for the next search, what equipment would you need? Would you like to really have for the next search going out?
Wow.
I know it's a loaded question.
Yeah, I mean, because there's so many different kind of areas that we really need to get out to. Mr. Robin, for the fundraising part of it, and I just want to say one thing is Miss Robinson really is doing a tremendous job of being a good steward of these funds that have been coming out. And then, you know, but like, I don't have a side by side or an ATV or anything like that, and he's from South Carolina, you know, so he's out here renting an apartment. So for us to get back to where we really need to is, you know, like those ATVs and stuff that have really been a really big help, especially for like the line commanders and stuff. That way, Miss Robinson wouldn't have to rent those each week. The cameras and equipment to investigate the different mine areas, so we can verify that it's done. Those wells, get cameras down over there. Cadaver dogs would be of the different variety. There's multiple different kind of cadaver dogs that have different talents for smelling different kind of you know, bones, or even underwater. There's a specialty for that. Having those resources would be great, and some people that would be able to hit like the west side of the Hacienda up in that which we were calling it the
corridor.
Well, yeah, there's the corridor, but the mountain area. We've got a couple.
Pride Rock. There you go.
Pride Rock, yeah. So there's an area south that when you walk up to it, it resembles the elephant graveyard from the Lion King, and then also the mountain up where the cougar is reported to be staying at. We call that Pride Rock, and so there's a few Lion King references on the search. But being able to get somebody that can go out, you know, ATV groups, side-by-side groups, donation of the equipment, special, you know, the drones and stuff like that would be very valuable in the software to process all of the imaging, because I can't tell you how much drone footage I've watched myself. So stuff like that would be a tremendous help.
Right. And obviously this equipment is needed like yesterday, ASAP, only because you know, planning an upcoming search and then making sure that you have the, you know, the equipment and resources out there to make it you know, extremely worthwhile, makes it a whole lot easier, you know, especially when you know, those entities that have this equipment is like just standing still, standing by, waiting for something, you know. Yeah. But
if we had either staged or you know, entities like you said that have that equipment, we would then be able to plan ahead like a week or two out to plan an operation to go hit certain areas. That would be a tremendous help, you know, to be able to work with another group that has the ability to come in and say, okay, we can show up when we have this. Then okay, I can get my team, and it's like, okay, let's come up with a plan. And then when we show up, we can, you know, we might have like the people that show up, you know, unannounced based off of, you know, a tweet or a message, but we'll have a team that's ready, that has an action plan. We know what we're going to do. Like 7 a.m. we'll hit the ground running and go tackle that area and get it done.
Right. I just wanted to just take a moment to welcome some folks to the chat. Miss MTGV TV is in the house, along with Miss At It Again Media. Welcome. We are this evening with Mr. David Robinson, along with Evan Short, search coordinator for Daniel Robinson. We are campaigning for petition names. If you haven't done so, please go to www.pleasehelpfinddaniel.com and please sign the petition. That'll strengthen the numbers that we're looking to blow out of the water in reference to helping David Robinson move forward with finding his son Daniel. And also go to the GoFundMe donate tab. And hey, if it's worth a Starbucks coffee and a donut, please make that contribution, because those dollars are needed right now to focus in on getting forensics done on Daniel's Jeep, Daniel's clothes, the airbags that were deployed in Daniel's vehicle, along with the electronic equipment, the phone, Daniel's personal phone, along with his computer, and all other items that were in his vehicle at that time. Mr. Robinson's looking to get this done ASAP, because that's where the answers are going to be. And as soon as we can get to those answers, this case takes another leap and bound, moving forward to finding Daniel. So if you're a content creator, we're going to ask you to post the link in your chat every time you go live, to bring exposure to Daniel's case. Also, if you're a subscriber or member of a content creator that you participate in, we ask that you post the link in their chat rooms. Ask them for permission. And if they give you permission that, yes, you can post the link, by all means, stay there and post the link, so that everyone is aware of what we're doing as a campaign. We're doing a fundraising campaign on the GoFundMe. It is directed at the website, so no other content creator is going to be responsible for any handling of any kind of funds or anything. This goes directly to the website, directly to the Robinson family, to be used to get Daniel's Jeep and other items forensically examined. And it definitely helps move this case forward, because that's why we're here, participating and campaigning and trying to do our best to assist. So much love goes out to everyone joining us this evening. Miss Q sends her love to everyone. Just want to let you know that she is in the background. She's doing her part, and she'll be going live, I believe, on Thursday on her channel with Mr. David Robinson to discuss the police report in great detail. She's going to do a big breakdown and cover some key information with Mr. Robinson pertaining to that. I'll be joining her, hopefully, at the time she goes live, because we began a series of lives to begin taking apart all of the areas of inconsistencies that we're coming up with and sharing that information with Mr. Robinson, so that this way it keeps him on track and helps him to develop a game plan going forward and finding Daniel.
Yeah, I want to say, Mr. Short, he have a time limit, and I'm really happy he came along with me on the show here. Like I said, he is a very valuable person in terms of search and everything. With his work and his wife, we got this far. We have to, like you said, the system, very smart guy. I'm gonna call him ever smart all the time. But to be able to put those equipment, those software together for the mapping and to mark out everything that we have covered in a better way, a better system and things like that. So I'm really grateful to him. So I want to say that to you again. You already know that, Mr. Short, before he has to get off.
Thank you, sir. And I just wanted to point out I don't know how he did this, but you know how I keep calculate of the exact acreage. That I don't know how we did it. We after the last search, it's like right at 6,000, not 6,001, not 509, 6,000 acres. I don't know how we happen to do that, but lots more to cover.
Wow.
I appreciate your time. Yeah, we've done 19,000 acres of Hasty search. We've covered 19,000 acres, but 6,000 of that is by a line search, like detailed side-by-side walking, which is a lot of land.
That's a lot, yes.
That is.
I want to thank everybody for the opportunity. I do have to jump to another appointment that I have to be at in 5 minutes. So I appreciate the opportunity, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for helping him. We appreciate you helping him as well.
Yes, thank you.
Have
Yes,
to. We got to
thank
find
you.
Daniel.
That's right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for joining us. And we hope to see you back here soon. I see my daughter just joined the chat.
Thank you
Amanda
for the love.
Pants is my daughter, and
Oh, thank you, Amanda.
yes.
Hi.
Any
Hi, Amanda. I'm sorry. I see.
any
I'm
questions?
sorry. I'm slow. I didn't even see it. I'm sorry. Hi,
No,
Amanda. How
that's
you
okay.
doing?
Yeah. Any questions or
Thank you,
commentary
April.
from the panel?
Yeah, you guys, can you guys get that pot heated up again like yesterday? Can we do this?
Yeah. Let's warm it up.
Please.
Let's get it hot. Let's get it hot.
Yeah. Don't worry about that Starbucks coffee and them donuts and whatever else that you're spending money outside of, just donate it. Go to go donate. That's what I want to say. Please go donate. And please don't forget to
Absolutely.
sign the petition as well. We'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, yes. The
Yes.
petition is very important.
Mr. Robinson, I just want to say that yourself and Mr. Short and all of your volunteers, you guys are doing a great job, and we're committed to helping you. I know this group of people in this community is committed to helping you in any way possible.
Yeah, and I really think that, like I said, your support is the backbone of what we do. I'm passionate about finding my son, and we have people like Mr. Short and everybody else who help. We do have other volunteers that help us with the line searches, being line commanders and things like that. So they're very important in that process. And also, we can't, like I said, can't do anything without the volunteers that come out there and put their time and their effort, spending their gas money to everything, to make everything possible. So, like I said, when I got here from day one, one of the hardest things was to go out there every day. Once I found out what Sun Valley Parkway was and Cactus Road, and sit out there almost every day with binoculars looking from the road, And the only thing to me at that time was keeping me away from my son was that desert. And to have grown from that day, just reaching out to the community, and the community shows up and helped me, get out there in that desert from day one, is very important. So everybody's play a part, and you guys you're playing a part, helping me find my son by sharing your channels and your time and your hard effort. It don't go unnoticed by me. I know the time you guys have to take to even be here now, having me on your show here, Mr. Q, Ms. T. Sophia, Renegade, and Yunu, and also Miss Carla, and Q, and just thanking you guys for taking that time to have me on your show, and all the hard work in the background. Like I said, it takes to coordinate that. So everything plays a part. The people that's out there now on the chat, giving support, the hearts and things like that, I see help me mentally. Also, the donations and stuff like that help the search to continue, and also the donations you guys are trying to help me build will help with the forensic stuff to get done. So everybody's playing a part. This is not a one man's deal. It's everybody's deal. Like Ms. Tisa Field said eloquently yesterday, Daniel's everybody's son. So, it's America's son. He's a representative of everyone who goes missing, in a sense, because, there's a lot of family members out there having the same pain that I'm having, my family and I are having. And he's just an example of, if we everybody come together and do things, we can make things possible. So I'm really grateful for everything you guys are doing. And thank you so much. I could say it over and over again. Don't really know how to really express it more than that, but I tell you, thank you so much. And I really, really appreciate of everybody collectively, from the news to media to whatever, everywhere, saying they're helping out in this endeavor.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And there was a question in the chat, if you're allowed at the work site where Daniel worked.
Oh yes, yes. Some of the well site. Yes, go to the
Yeah.
well site. We check that area. They are now trying to develop that area, as we said before. They put equipment on the well itself. They're drawing water out of there for another project not too far. It's east, more southeast area where they're drilling a new well in. So they taking water from that well, taking it to the other one. It's a little different. They cleared the land out. The SS so far, last one was there. You still can get to that location. Yes, we have no problem.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Because I know that that was one of the main places, obviously, that wasn't searched in the beginning. I guess the primary focus was where Daniel's Jeep was, more so than where the work site was.
Right. I like I said, I know hindsight now. When I invited the Buckeye Police Department, out to the searches, according to their lieutenant, that well wasn't searched.
Right.
So that kind of goes goes with the Ken who was at the site, who saw my son last, that verbally told me personally that he didn't see any police out there or any helicopters or anything like that. A few days after my son's vehicle, that they say they went out there to search. So he verified that he didn't see all that stuff. So I beg to differ whatever's on that report, that they did a search. I think they just said something to make the family, make us feel okay. But like I said, that didn't stop me. Once I, like I said, was able to put a search together, that was my primary search. We searched, we did like I said, when Elvin came here and said those numbers, how much we searched, that didn't include the searches before the vehicle was found. We was out there every weekend during the week, searching the well site area. That's all we had to go by at the time, to go search those areas around the Wagner Wash, and also east of that well site. But then once the vehicle showed up on July the 19th, that's when that weekend itself is when I expanded my searches to cover not just the well site, but also that crash site.
Right. Interesting. Yes, thank you
So
for
the search
that.
has been going on for a long time, right?
Yeah, definitely. And if you haven't signed the petition or visited pleasehelpfinddaniel.com, please take a moment to do so tonight. We're on a hard run campaign to help increase those petition numbers, as well as the GoFundMe to help get Daniel's Jeep and other items that were found at the crash site forensically examined by an independent forensics company. And in doing so, helps us to move the case and getting better answers, which will lead us to finding out what happened to Daniel Robinson. So we ask your participation this afternoon to sign the petition, make a contribution to that Starbucks coffee and donut there at the GoFundMe. It's a small amount which will make a huge difference in helping us move forward with that. Also, to copy the link, take it with you into the various different chat groups that you're a part of, and ask the content creator to share that link on their channel, so that we can expose what we're looking to do, what we have been doing, and what we'll continue to do up until we get to a point to where, once those items have been forensically examined in every way, shape, or form, and a report gets back to Mr. Robinson, he is going to be able to have better answers, make his work and search more effective, because he'll have a better strategy to work with at that point. And us here, we can make that contribution. And you become a part of the case. You personally become a part of the case when you do so. So that's what we're asking everyone to join us in helping to get this done as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Any other questions from the chat or commentary that you would like to ask Mr. Robinson while he is here? He does have a schedule to maintain, and I'm just so happy that he was able to jump on with us and give us an update as to the progress that he's made.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be here and everything you guys are doing.
Yes, that's with pleasure. That's with our pleasure. You know,
Yes.
the team that's with us today here is an extraordinary team. They are research dynamics involved with each and every single one. And we're putting together, what we see, what we find, and, making sure that, we stay with you in your investigation and making sure that everything complements one another. So I thank the team that I'm with. That's Miss T. Sophia, the Renegade researcher. Got to change your name, Renegade. Renegade researcher. And then we have Miss Yunu that has been the catapult in this campaign. Much love to you for doing what you did yesterday. It's a great start.
Thank you.
I believe that the water is starting to get warmer. So,
Hey, what's wrong with my name?
yeah, Renegade researcher.
Look at my
I didn't say
hat.
anything was wrong with it. I just said you got to add researcher. Renegade researcher.
Look at my hat.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yes.
Is that a say PI on that hat? It say PI?
Yeah, PI. That's right.
Yes. I was asked about some of that stuff that was found in the vehicle, the water samples to the rock sediments from that well. That's part of the investigation. That's why it's important to get this forensic stuff done. I definitely have in contact with some people outside of Arizona who's geologists themselves, hydrogeologists type thing to see if I can get answers to that kind of question too. What's found in those samples and things like that. So
Great. Miss Yunu, we would like to do an update if there are any available. If we have an update on the GoFundMe and the petition numbers. That would be great. Baby girl lad number 12 says, have you been able to find any leads from the cell phone information as of yet? And that was a question for you, Mr. Robinson.
what's that again?
Were you able to find any leads from the cell phone information as of yet?
Well, that's part of stuff that I'm getting from the phone now, and I won't be able to put that out, but yes.
Right. Okay. And we are posting the current GoFundMe figures right now. And I believe we've got an update from, let's see, I'm just going to refresh mine for a second just to make sure nothing has slipped in while we were talking. And right now, the GoFundMe, according to what we have on the screen, is at $199,655 now. So,
thank you.
Yes, it is growing minute by minute, moment by moment.
That's right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for being a part of it, being a part of this campaign.
I still think there's a question about the water samples. I'm not sure here.
Yeah, let me see. I don't believe that we pulled the water sample. Okay, so I think Evan took care of that. Another question. Yeah, another question. Are you connected with content creators in Arizona or beyond areas?
Well, the only content creators I know is you guys here. I do have. I'm not YouTube savvy. I wasn't really aware how YouTube worked until you guys come out and help me. People like yourselves, Miss Gisela, for Grizzly True Crimes. So I'm still learning about the process of YouTube creation and things like that, and who to reach out to. Usually, when I do hear from other channels and things like that, that's from Twitter, the inbox or something. Somebody's asking me to come on the show to do, some interview or thing like that. So outside of that, no, I don't know anybody here who's locally. I have people from all over, from New York, John Q, from Georgia, I believe Yunu, just everybody who's in different areas, even in the Netherlands. So, but here in Arizona, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where people are located.
Right. That was a question from At It Again Media that asked that.
Okay.
AP asked, is there any information regarding the gas station that Daniel visited during the time he picked up gas?
The only thing I can go by is what I was told from the Buckeye Police Department, that he did purchase some gas there. That was also verified that it was a gas purchase on the bank statement that I have.
Right.
Saying that it was that gas purchase was done. However, and when I asked for, of course, again, camera footage, those things are unprovided. I was told by that department that they weren't able to get any kind of footage and things like that. So I don't have any more answers about that gas purchase, other than that it was actually a purchase, of that amount.
Right. Okay. Any commentary or questions from the panel? Y'all been quiet. Y'all have me working all night here. My goodness, I'm reading the chat.
Well,
Come on,
you were saying I sounded like I was working or whatever it is, and I was like,
you sound really
y'all
good.
sitting behind there eating and whatnot.
How did you know I was stuffing my face, John?
I'll let y'all know this is not beer. This is a health drink, in case anybody in the audience want to know. Because I was asked this beer one time. No, it's a health drink. It's a probiotic drink.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet. I'm like, okay. I says, I got to get me some water because my throat's getting dry. We're covering the questions and commentary, and everybody like sitting tight. It's like, come on now, loosen up. Let's boil this water. Like Miss Yunu said, let's get the numbers boiling.
Hey, I've been asking more questions today than I did
100%.
Yeah, definitely. Our goal is to get the numbers at 200,000 before the end of the week, and lock those numbers up so that this way we can set a new goal going forward. When we talk about forensics, we're talking about the kind of cost that is not small. Okay. We're looking at having Daniel's Jeep examined, having his clothes examined, the airbags examined, all aspects of that crash site forensically examined, because it'll give us better answers. And the only way to get that done is to have the money that it costs to pay for those things, because it's going to give us better answers to move us forward in the case. So if you haven't visited pleasehelpfinddaniel.com, please take a moment. If you haven't signed the petition, please sign it. If you haven't made that coffee donation, it's just a small coffee donation to the GoFundMe to strengthen the numbers for the forensic examination to be done, please do so. And then copy the link and share it with other content creators. Let them know John Q sent you. Let them know Miss Q sent you. Miss Yunu, Miss T. Sophia, Renegade. Let them know that we sent you. And if they have any questions, they can always contact me in reference to, what we're doing, how we're doing, and why we're doing it. I'll be more than happy to cover the information with them. It's all posted here on my channel. All of the lives that we have covered on the Daniel Robinson case is right there for anyone to catch up on the case, where it is, where it stands, and what we're looking to do. So it's all important for everyone to participate, make that contribution so that you can become a part of this case and a part of effectuating this case to get a positive result.
Yes. Everybody, hashtag Daniel's Dad Coffee. Donate coffee.
About plans to develop the area where Daniel was working. Chacha B, I got that. Was that a question? Let me scroll up. Mr. Robinson, do you know if there are plans to develop that area where Daniel was working?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was contacted by Eldorado Holdings. I think one of the developers out there with Trillium. That those things they're supposed to be doing the groundbreaking in January. I haven't seen that yet. That was one of the rushes I had at the end part of last year to try to get that area covered. We actually had extensive line searches of that area, which we have been in that area, like I said before, but we did the line search to make sure that we didn't miss anything. So I was able to do that. Like I said, with the coordinator, Mr. Short, was able, we were able to get these the volunteers out there to do the line searches and cover the areas that we didn't cover. The small pockets in that area with the software that he was using to add to the mapping. So we was able to cover those areas before. But like I said, the last I checked from last weekend, the last search that we had out there, they haven't started groundbreaking as promised. As was told in January that it should have been. But as it stands, yes, they are planning for development out there.
Okay. Another question was, this is from adoptionscams.com. David, did you see the link I posted on your last video in regards to a group of guys who search mines? I believe that we had captured that information and sent David that link to the video of the guys that were out there searching mines, using different equipment and everything else like that. So he has been sent that link. If you're talking about a different one, send it to me and I'll be sure to send it to Mr. Robinson so that this way he's aware of any other groups outside of the information that we had already sent him. If this is another group, then yes, by all means, please send me the link.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Cha B, I've been checking my email. Have you been sending something to me? Because my email hasn't moved. And I've been periodically checking it throughout the live. Yeah.
You can have some of my emails.
Yeah, the last email that I received, and I'm just refreshing it right now, just in case. Okay, the last email I received was at 5:05 my time, and it's almost 7:50 my time now. So that's the email that I got. So Cha-Cha B, if you sent me something, please resend it. Lakeisha Douglas, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, At It Again Media was eating. I know that. And let's see. John, if you can get cold case investigation involved, it could save a lot of money. Okay, Anna. I mean, I believe you had an interview with, if I'm not mistaken, Chris Madonna from the Interview Room. Have you heard from him?
Not lately, but yes, I did do. I think I did 1 or 2 interviews with him, but no, I don't think I heard from him lately.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I know that he was very interested in seeing what he could do to assist and perhaps referring you to resources or whatever. So
Yes, I think I did the last interview I did right with him, along with him. It was on Court TV, but the one before was on his channel.
Oh, okay. And what about Duty Ron? He also has a channel on YouTube that he's covering the Summer Wells case and the West Boys case and things of that nature. Has he reached out to you to try to offer some kind of assistance?
Oh, that name will cross the bell to me.
Yeah, Duty Ron. Yeah, he's a retired New York City police detective. He's got well over 20 years experience in the field of, I believe it's homicide and I think it's homicide. I don't know if it's missing persons or not, but he's got a growing channel on YouTube, and I'm sure that if he was able to reach out to you, he would be able to direct you to resources. He works hand in hand with EquiSearch. Okay. So, yeah. So I'm sure that if there's anything that they need a tap on the shoulder with EquiSearch, I mean, Duty Ron would be the guy that you could speak with. I'll see what I can do to reach out to him and let him know that, if there's anything he can do, by all means.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reached out to several of those. So hopefully, yeah, they get back and I can get in touch with them again. See if they have any other way they can help with the searches. That's like Evan said, even if it's guidance, we need a lot of that. So I reached out to John Walsh people, and I was waiting on answers from that just to pick his brain. Say, hey, look, he was out there looking for his son Adam some years ago, and we know the tragedy on that story, but he has some knowledge, so I was hoping he would pass those knowledges off to me. That's the way I approach his producers, and hopefully they will get back with me on that. So we, like I said, we need those, that knowledge. So if somebody say, hey, we do things this way, we need that. We really need that to keep searches going.
Yeah. Because I would figure that, once they are exposed to the story, as we all have now become familiar with, especially here on my channel, Miss Q's channel, and likewise the channels that we've mentioned before, them just coming in or making a phone call to consult with you, about, your activities, what you may need, what resources you need, and things of that nature. All it is a phone call away, So that's how I'm looking at it. So, yeah, we're giving some people a shout out here, to chip in and help.
That's
chip
right.
in and help. Absolutely.
John, did you look in the private chat?
Did I look into who?
Private chat.
Oh. No, I got my eyes all over the place. We now stand at 199,700 now has climbed to. So yes. The water's getting warmer. We were looking for a
Thank you.
boil today. Aquahoma, welcome. You're not late. You're right on time.
Sir.
And much love goes to all the supporters and members of my channel for showing out and showing up today. And a special live that we're having with Mr. David Robinson, father of Daniel Robinson, who went missing in Buckeye, Arizona on June 23rd of 2021. We are doing a fundraising campaign to strengthen both the petition and the GoFundMe numbers. I just gave an update. We're still getting warmer in the GoFundMe, but also what's important is the petition numbers as well. So if you can make sure that you are counted for this case, please go sign the petition. And, definitely, for a cup of coffee, buy Mr. David Robinson a cup of coffee with a small donation to help the GoFundMe numbers to assist in getting forensics done on Daniel Robinson's items that were found at the crash scene. That's going to lead to better answers, which will move this case forward and help get resolution to it. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Petition has grown since we started, 105,900 to 105,000 to 908.
105,908 names on the petition. Okay, so the petition is growing just as well as the GoFundMe. Good. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking.
Yep.
Now we're cooking. The goal is to get that GoFundMe to 200,000. Let's get it done this week. Get it off the table so that we can recalibrate and go from there. To do forensics, is a pretty penny. Well, let's just say not a penny, but a pretty dollar that it does cost to have that kind of work done. If law enforcement had done this already, we wouldn't need to be doing it. And so therefore, since it needs to be done for better answers to come, then we are addressing it directly by spearheading this campaign to get it done. Because Mr. Robinson he won't stop until he brings Daniel home. We won't stop until he does bring him home. That's where we stand with that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I see someone from South Carolina, so thank you.
Yeah. There you go. Beautiful to see someone from South Carolina just join us. Welcome. Yeti Khan, I think its name is. Yeti Khan. I got to say that right. It almost sounds like Spanish, right? Yeti Khan.
Yeah.
Okay, Cha-Cha B, I'll check it. Okay, come on, Cha-Cha B. Where's my email? Make sure that if you are emailing me, hey, there you are. Okay. I finally got it, Cha-Cha. I got it. Okay, so it's something for me to look at. Okay. Okay. I will definitely check that out. Thank you. I got it now. I got it. Yeah, so let's see if we can take a look at this over here. So when you went out to do, I guess the recent search, I believe it was in January. I'm just going to flash this up here real quick. Can you tell us how many folks actually came out on that day. I don't know if it was the 27th or the one before that, but we were able to get some photos of a very good group of folks that was recently out there with you in January to search the desert.
Yes. Well, that picture you have there, that would be at the quarry area. We probably had around probably 60 or 70 people. Now, well, I'll take that back. There's probably a little bit more reason I see the horses now. So that the picture right there was taken way back last year. That wasn't
Last
this
year.
picture. Right, that's a last year picture because we did have some people from with horseback. That's also was last year. The picture there that was taken when we had I had a different search coordinator. So it was group. We had a nice group of coordinated efforts. It wasn't just Evan and myself at that time, but yeah, we did have a large number there. I think that day people still walking up when we was doing the prayer, and so I think it was getting probably close to 200 people, if I'm not mistaken. But that was last year. Yeah, the numbers, like you said, it fluctuates. Sometimes we have only 50 people may show up, versus 100 or something like that. So, it kind of fluctuate. I'm not good with the numbers. Sometimes my numbers may be a little exaggerated or under exaggerated. So, so it's hard to tell from week to week.
Right. Now each one has like an independent person that will help to coordinate, or how does that work now?
Or say each search. Evan and I, we have our meetings. What we plan out what we're doing. He and I is the only one that's running these searches at the time. But like at this current moment, but Evan, he handles breaking people off into groups. Where once we figure out where we're going to search, like you say, we always have this backup plan because, like I said, the numbers fluctuate. We may say, hey, you need this amount of people to do a line search to search a certain area, and then if we only have like 20 or 30 people show up, for instance, then we have to scratch that and come up with something else. So we have many meetings. We do it on days before, plan our plan, but then the day of, once people show up on the ground, we kind of huddle together and then make us, another plan on how we're gonna do things. But that's how that works. So we don't know. It's playing by ear every time.
Right. And these vertical mines and horizontal mines are just something to get through right about now.
Yes, and that picture that you showing there is the same well. We searched that well. That's only about southeast of where the vehicle was found. That's a well near the corral that you often talk about.
Right.
On a few hundred feet away from that corral. And like I said, that's the same photo you guys see 3 months later that Buckeye showed up and put on their page and things like that, saying they searched. We searched that well, like I said, and that's some of the areas. But when you talk about the mines itself, now those are wells, but the mines itself, they are more west of where my son's vehicle found, and also his last known location, which is that well site. So they do have in that area. We also have vertical mines on the east of Sun Valley Parkway, that's in close proximity to that needs to be later searched. So those type things. So we are working into that. Like Evan said, it's the only problem we have mostly is the on the logistics side is actually getting people in those areas to do line searches, and also having the manpower and proper people to come in who actually can clear mines. So we don't want to play around with mines too much, especially the vertical ones. When you're that close to a mine, you fall into something like that. Never know how deep those things go, and also you have to definitely know what you're doing. So we'd be very careful to not just say spur of the moment we just go and search a vertical mine. It's not going to happen. So we're looking for the right people and the right equipment.
Right, right. Now, was this mine cover, this well cover, excuse me, this well cover intact when you found it, or was it just like the way it is now?
I believe it was intact.
Okay.
When you see the picture there, that's what we're checking. We can actually almost see the water level from that distance. Now, I can't tell you where that wood is solid together, nailed together. So I don't. It's possible it could have been lifted and dropped. So I don't know. But we did try to get on that picture. We're trying to. We didn't have lighting. That was the problem. We couldn't get a light down in there. We tried to look down the best as we can at the time. But yeah, we had to end up trying to use lighting to look down in the well. That well need to be searched also to this date. Buckeye said they searched it. Like I said, you seen them do that photo on their well site. But I'm saying that well right there is only a few hundred feet from where the vehicle was found. So
Right.
I'm saying if they did extensive search when the vehicle was found, they would have searched that already. It would have been 3 or so months later. If you get what I'm saying, they say they searched that area that day they found my son's vehicle. So that's why I question all that stuff, just the photo ops and things like they like to do to put so they can put on a report. But that's that well right there. Yes, there's another one that I will be taking underwater cameras into.
Okay. Okay. And there are also
That's a,
horizontal. There are also horizontal mines as well that go sideways,
that's right.
as deep as some of these wells. And Lord knows you need light for that,
Right.
just to be sure that there's no wildlife in there waiting for
That's
you.
right.
When you go in there.
You're right, exactly right. I remember that day right there. If you can see, that's Paul. He was my search coordinator at the time, and you might can't tell, but he had his gun drawn. One of the things we were thinking at the time, we didn't know exactly where Buckeye was saying that this lion den was located that they say they cleared. So we assume that was they're mistaken and calling the mine a lion's den. So we was going to search that mine there. We was cautiously moving slow, because we was making noise at that moment right there to see if we can attract anything that's in there to come out, So before you try to go in there, so that was one of those things. That's actually, like I say, a horizontal mine, and but that mine only goes in two directions, goes to the east and also go to the west. But it curves around and then meets in the center, way deep in there. So it ends to nowhere. To make a long story short, so that was been
Right.
that right there has been cleared by us too, in the searches.
Right. And I can just imagine the feeling of being at the beginning area of that mine, looking in, maybe smelling the dampness of it.
Yeah.
Let's see, just wondering how deep it is and how far it goes. If it's just a lot can run through your mind just taking a look at this shot.
Well, one of the concerns doing that is, that mine is see if you may look at it, appears that it goes straight in. It doesn't. Right there where his kneecap is, where we're at, it actually drops down. You have to actually drop down first, and then you go straight. So even saying that wood around it is very old.
Yeah.
If you go out there to this mine now, all the little the rocks or whatever you want to say, the dirt and everything around that wood is gone now. You know what I'm saying? So it's starting to cave in. That's why it's very dangerous to go into mines because first of all, you got air that may not have been moving for ages. You know what I'm saying? They can build up gases and things like that. You breathe that and you're gone. So
Right.
so it's a lot of little things you have to be careful for when you. I mean, and that's coming from my research. Of course, when you run into something like that, the first thing you do once you get home is do a lot of research about mines to try to learn a lot about going into mines, and they tell you not to go into there because like you say, you have to know what you're doing to approach a mine because they can possibly cave in and things like that. So
Yeah, that definitely looks like wood that has been dried up. I mean, being out there in the desert and everything else like that, so you don't really know the integrity of that
right.
structure holding that that position, as well as any structures that start to go into
Right.
that mine itself.
That's right. But it had to be searched, so that's one of the things, I guess, when we first ran into that mine, of course, I wasn't just going to walk away from the mine without it being searched. So, it had to be searched. One of the things, like say you walk in slowly, look at it slowly and look at what's in there. We did notice something was eating something in there because the feathers from some bird or whatever the case may be. We then, making the noise we made, didn't think a mountain lion was in there at that moment. Once we've been there for a while, we're thinking more of coyotes probably in there, using that as a den or something. But like I said, it's been cleared. Nothing was in there. We worried about things like rattlesnakes, but it leads to nothing. That mine there leads to nothing.
Right. Wow. And I think there was another one here that was interesting. I guess it was the folks just coming together
Right.
out there for that day, for I guess instructions and how things are going to be coordinated for that particular day's search.
Yeah,
And whatnot.
Mr. Short, he always provide our command center tent. So you see things like that. That's his structure. He has out a big canopy structure like that. Command center. He has all this specialized equipment from his computer to. I almost think you have a printer sometimes. Being able to print some of the things we need to use QR codes and things like that too. People can just click the QR code and things come up on their phone to be able to use guide GPS, like for instance now, or pull up the map or the website, things like that. So we getting better and better. But like you said, yeah, that's the beginning of the search where everybody kind of gathered in front of the command center. We give our safety briefing to that's his wife there, the son, but safety briefing and things like that. So
Right. And that's one thing about this particular type of search. You guys are out there in the desert. It is, the temperatures are always shifting upward. And
that's right.
so, definitely staying hydrated in the proper way. So, you don't, pass out. You don't fall out there doing that kind of work.
It's
Mm-hmm.
deceiving. It's very deceiving. Arizona has dry heat, of course, and it can be deceiving. That's why if you see the picture there, we always provide water. Sometimes I can be honest, a lot of people don't actually take the water. They don't actually take the snacks, but we still provide those things. Mr. Short and his wife always bring ice water. So if you see the sign ice water, that's their cooler. They also make sure they bring ice water in case for people who want their water cold. But yeah, we always encourage people to take the water, whether you think you need it or not, because you have to stay hydrated. You have to stay very hydrated out there. It's easily to get a heat injury, so you have to be careful.
Yes, indeed. And one of the specific locations that we've been talking about today is this particular location, which is south of where Daniel's Jeep was found. This would be the corral and water tank area.
That's correct.
Where one of those wells and mines are.
That's
and
right.
I believe Evan Shorthead did, in my estimation, a very good job with his drone covering this whole field. He was taking pictures of the folks on the ground doing the line search. He was covering this area, back and forth. So when I saw it, I said, okay, great. They moved south and they're checking into that area, obviously where other people would be.
That's right.
Yeah. So they may have seen Daniel's vehicle that day. We don't know. Were you able to talk to anybody down here?
Well, there's nobody in that location, near that location. That goes, once you go south from that corral, that's when it goes into that area Evan was talking about earlier, where they have the cameras and the keep out signs and things like that. So we try to stay north of that property. That property we haven't to this date have gotten any kind of permission to go in there. I did hear there were some people who was able to, I guess, I don't know, talk to the owners or not, to do their own independent thing in the weekday. So I'm not sure, but as in my organized searches, we have never been south of that corral on that
Right.
land itself. If you go through the Hassayampa River and the Wagner Wash to make it down to that Pioneer, talking about down that area where the company is down there. Now we've been there. Like I said, that company is really strict on being in their area, even though they don't own the wash, but they act like they do on that river. And they want you out of there. They don't want you in that area and things like that. I don't know if it's because of the danger or anything like that. But like I said, those are areas that we're still working on. Is like I said, you think you're finished with this area. People say, why it takes so long? It's big. It's really big.
Yeah.
We put, like Evan said, he gives the numbers. There's always room for other places that you can search. So it seems like it's never ending. But we did do a significant search so far.
Right. Were you able to get in contact with anybody regarding the power utility station here, which is basically not too far from where Daniel's vehicle was as well?
Yes, on many occasions. Of course, the same old story every time. We're gonna get right back to you. We'll get right back to you would never happen. Get the answers for you. I never got around that part yet of we'll get back to you. So that's where that far as that goes to find out about the infrastructure. I was told by the Buckeye Police Department the day I invited them out, they went and checked that facility there. They didn't go over the walls. They kind of put their vehicle against the wall and look over the edge, they say. And they tried to reach out to the electric company themselves. And they said the company said they don't have any cameras on that location, which I thought was odd because it's the infrastructure. And infrastructure had to be protected. Somebody take that infrastructure out, a lot of people lose electricity, things like that. So,
right.
that was beyond me. But that's what I was told this year when Buckeye came out to the searches.
Right. Okay. Would that fall under the Buckeye Power Plant title, so to speak?
I wonder about that too, because BLM lands kind of curve around in that area too. But yeah, I would think so. I know it's part of that nuclear plant that's not too far from there. Like I said, it's down south. So I know that grid right there comes from that plant, down that way. So I don't know if that's considered Buckeye or Maricopa County.
Right. Okay. And the search that was, I guess, performed here at the job site that Daniel showed up.
Right.
It looks like they did a lot of clearing
Yes.
at that time when you did go up there and share that information on the search video
Right.
and whatnot. Has that area changed since your last search?
Well, the way you see it right there on the picture, that's pretty much where I saw it the last we was there. That all that tree line that you see there was a lot closer. The area between that well you see there and the tree line, like I said, was a lot closer. But now that's about how far they pushed out. They haven't gone any farther, but that tank that you see there is now connected to. They have a machine there that's connected that tank to the well. So, like I said,
Right.
there's nowhere to really get in that well at this point until they remove that machine off, which it was told they was planning to do already. So,
Right. And just to give the folks just an idea of how massive this area is, I just want you to take a look at something real good. Because when you take a look at the dynamic of what Mr. Robinson is putting together in terms of search coordination and getting people together for it, this is what he has to deal with. And when you can take a look at the Sonoran Desert area versus the Mojave Desert area, we're talking about well over 100,000 square miles of terrain. And this is a huge, a very huge and large area. I mean, if I was to zoom in, it would still be big, you know, in terms of point to point or right there, just the way you see it.
Yeah.
And so the landmass is very, very huge. Also, you have to deal with heat, temperature changes, heat indexes, things of that nature. And the terrain in and of itself, when you can understand exactly what that area looks like, even just from a photograph, whether you're, you know, in it or further away from it, it's just enormous, you know,
You know,
especially when you. Mhm.
yeah, one of the deceiving parts is like I said, when I used to sit out there with my binoculars outside on Sun Valley Parkway, looking into that desert. And what's deceiving about it, you look at it, for instance, like this picture, it looks so flat. But actually, when you're walking into it, you'll find even in this picture, if you was walking out there, you'll go down into in the ravines and things like that. I mean, it's all over the place. Some area may be rocky, or some places, you know, there's different stuff goes on in those terrains. Some may be have more vegetation than others. So it's always changing. Yeah, like you said, it's a changing type of terrain.
Right. And then the area that you know is of concentration, you know, from the standpoint of where Daniel's vehicle was, is this area right here near the quarry area.
Right.
And when we can focus in on where Daniel's vehicle was, boom,
Right.
it's right there.
So you can tell how deep is in there in comparison to how small the vehicle look on this shot and how the ground terrain look. Yeah, it's deep down in that ravine. It looks like it's flat, but it's really not. It's deep.
Right, and to pinpoint this particular area when you're talking about an aerial type of view, I was able to give everybody an idea from that quarry area that you see in the center, and it's that huge opening where that blue balloon is, and then the red balloon with the star is where Daniel's vehicle was actually located in that ravine. And so that would be west of that quarry area, but definitely south of where Daniel was working, about anywhere between close to 3 miles, 2 3/4 miles.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So it gives folks an absolute idea as to how big this area is, how things look from above. If you're searching from an aerial capacity, whether it be a drone, a helicopter, a glider, and then to come upon the vehicle in a way to where you can actually see it, you know, then you'll be able to, you know, get a real big picture as to what the search efforts are going to be. You see, and this is how
Right.
the vehicle was actually shown from an aerial view in that regard. And from some of the pictures that were taken by Buckeye Police Department, also there were photographs that were taken by the rancher upon him finding it as well. The main picture that you were given was this one of the crash
Well,
site.
no, that's not the original picture I was given by the Buckeye Police Department, but yeah, I do have that copy there.
Okay, okay. Or something close thereof, similar to it.
Right, right.
Okay. And the items that were on the ground near the vehicle, about 3.5 feet away from the vehicle, were Daniel's clothes. All of them.
Right.
Boots, socks, underwear, top, pants that were in reverse, completely in reverse, as well as his field vest. Perhaps I didn't see his hat. He was usually wearing a hat or sunglasses or something like that. So they may have still been in the vehicle. Were you able to locate those items?
You know, no, and that's one of the things we're looking for in the search is the shades. Of course, I haven't. I've only seen that vehicle twice since my son went missing. Since the vehicle was recovered, and I haven't myself personally being and look inside to see the contents of that that was left still to this date in that vehicle. That's one of the things as my former PI, he didn't ever give me an answer that the shapes was found in that vehicle at all. So that's one thing I'll be looking at also once the forensic stuff get done.
Right. And this is the reason that we're campaigning today for, is to get the forensics done.
That's right.
On this vehicle, on the items that were found here at the crash site. And so for those of you just joining us, we're doing a campaign, fundraising, petition raising awareness on the Daniel Robinson case today. If you have not been over to www.pleasehelpfinddaniel.com, please do so. If you can sign the petition, it strengthens the numbers for Daniel's case. In the event that Mr. Robinson has to contact other authorities about the treatment and about the situation that he's currently experiencing right now with authorities, the local authorities, that is. And number two, the GoFundMe. A cup of coffee and a donut. And if you don't like donuts, leave the coffee. Buy Mr. David Robinson a cup of coffee by making a small contribution to the GoFundMe. It'll help us to get, and Mr. Robinson, to get the forensics done, which is the most important part of this case right now. In fact, once that's done and completed, he'll have a whole lot more answers than he has right now. So that's why it's very important that we're reaching out today for everyone to participate so that they can make a small contribution, knowing that they've helped in some way, shape, or form this particular case, missing person case of 25-year-old Daniel Robinson, who went missing, Buckeye, Arizona, back on June 23rd of 2021. Nearly going on 8 months now, still missing. And David Robinson has been out there diligently searching for him. And he needs our help. He needs our help. And so we're here standing behind David and the Robinson family, along with other content creators that have picked up on the story and also given their support. And so we're asking for yours. If you're a content creator in this chat today, please do those few little things that will help push this forward to make a difference. Also, if you're a content creator, please consider sharing the website, www.pleasehelpfinddaniel.com, and do a 10-15 minute live video and share this information. Share where people can go to make this contribution. The story is on the website. If anyone that lives out in Arizona who would like to help to volunteer on any one of the weekends that Mr. Robinson is out there, there's also a volunteer tab there where you can just sign your name, your email, and they'll be able to contact you to tell you when they're going to meet, what time you're going to meet, et cetera, et cetera. So it's vitally important that this gets shared. Also, one more thing to those that are not content creators, which are subscribers and members of other content creators. We ask, that you copy the link, take it with you, go into the chats that you're involved into, that you're engaged in with, and ask the content creator, is it okay to share this link in their chat room? This way, those that are not familiar with the story can become familiar. Those that have been following the story can get an update as to the progress of the case, and let them know that John Q sent you. Because I will be calling on content creators to really share this information, because going on 8 months, that's no good. And we have to change the dynamics of how law enforcement actually treat missing person cases. If they're ill-equipped, we should know about it. If they're understaffed, we should know about it. If they don't have the resources, we should know about it. The best way that we can know about it is pay attention and become vigilantly aware of, how they handle these cases. And so we know one police department that's on the list. Most certainly. Most certainly. So your small contribution goes a long way in helping to get the forensics that need to be done on Daniel's vehicle done, along with the other items that I mentioned. The airbags, the electronics, Daniel's phone, his computer, along with any other forensics that they can perform on this vehicle to get to the truth. Because that's what we're after, the truth. Because once we find that, then we know exactly which way to go, where to go, how to go, what time to go, and what to do. And so we're asking for your help for Mr. Robinson this evening. And to take a look at all of what we've been able to collect in a short period of time only tells you how deep and how far we've come to cover this information and to make a determination as to, hey, foul play, absolutely. We see it all over the place. And it's not only what we're looking at in terms of pictures, it's what the police department has failed to do in this particular case. So yes, and it's good to have Mr. Robinson with us here live to join us to help bring us up to speed. And much love to you for supporting this evening's live with Mr. Robinson. He is a very busy man. He's got meetings, he's got phone calls, he's got emails, he's got to eat, he's got to sleep, he's got to do the regular things that he was doing before. But this is an undertaking that goes far beyond what he was doing before, which was taking care of family, living life, and enjoying himself. But now he's taken out of that position to leave South Carolina and relocate all the way to Arizona just so that he could find his son, Daniel Robinson. And so that's the message out here for this evening's live, is that that's what we want to help him to do. And we can do it. And we can do it. Let me see if there's an update on the numbers while I'm banging my jaws.
Yes.
But you do it so well.
Oh, but I do it so well. Help me. I still haven't got my water. Okay, so we're at the numbers as the way they stand is at $199,700. So the GoFundMe is a moving, yes. The GoFundMe.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you.
Yes, and I also want to explain too. When people go to the GoFundMe, they say, "Wow, this is a lot of money! Oh my goodness, the $199,000, almost close to $200,000. Why would you need any extra money?" Well, the GoFundMe operates one way. It tells you what you've been able to raise, but it doesn't show you how much you've used, not unless you're the beneficiary. So since David has been there since June 26th, a good portion of that money has been used for all the searches and all of the equipment that he's able to get. The water has got to be paid for, gas has got to be paid for, the razor tracks. You name it. It takes a good amount of money to conduct this kind of a search, especially when you're doing it yourself. You see? So I don't want anyone to, have that look at one thing but not knowing what the other thing is all about. So I wanted to include that to say that he wouldn't be here if that was a solid number and he could touch it, in a moment. That number has depleted dramatically, and so he needs to replenish a lot of that in order to get the equipment and the necessary forensics now that's being included in this to stay there in Arizona and to look for Daniel and to investigate what happened to Daniel. And forensics is part of that investigation.
Exactly.
I want to tell Charlotte girl, girl, thank you for that comment.
And
And
also, he's not here at no fault of his own. This is something that he didn't cause this. He was all the way in South Carolina, and then his son comes up missing, and he's coming to help him. This is breaking my heart that he's not getting the money that he deserves to be able to go um, find his son for the tools and equipments. Guys, come on. I know you guys could do better. I know you guys could pass this on.
Yes,
I'm
thank you.
sorry.
absolutely.
It's making me very emotional that this is not working the way I want it to.
Oh no, it's working. Thank you, Yunu, for all your hard work, all of you, your hard work. I really appreciate that. I appreciate all the people in the chat, all those who are donating and who have donated. Yeah, because like I said at the beginning, none of this has been possible. I wouldn't be here for almost going on 8 months without you guys helping me to be here. So I'm really grateful for the time I have so far to be here. I'm taking on faith, and I know that somehow in some way, saying you guys, I know somehow, God's gonna make sure I'm here. So I'm
Yeah.
grateful. I'm grateful that for everything you're doing. You're doing a great job. Everybody on the panel, Mr. Field, Mr. Q, Renegade, you all, Miss Q. So everybody who's on the panel, who's working on my behalf in the background. Like I said earlier in the show, sometimes people don't know what's happening in the background. So, but everybody plays a part, and I'm really grateful for everything you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not being unappreciative of everyone who has donated and the ones that have done signed the petition, but
Right.
I know if we work a little bit harder, because they think about it. What if it was your child that was missing? When you want someone to really dig in and help you, can you guys please share it out as much as you can? Family members, get those petitions signed. Get those Buckeye Police Department to, own up to their wrongs and stop dropping the ball and do what they need to do.
Right.
This is getting really ridiculous that he's sitting here working so hard by himself. I know he has volunteers, but he still has to get everybody together every Saturday. He's still working throughout the whole week, and he's looking for his son left and right. He also helps other people, other families as well. Don't think he's just sitting there being selfish and worrying about his kid. He's worrying about other children, other people's family members. And all he needs is the money to be able to get these tools, these equipments that he needs to be able to do the forensics to find out who was in that car. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's foul play. That's how I feel. And I know we have to say, what is that word? I can't even think right now. Allegedly. Okay,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Hmm.
Allegedly. But I feel that foul play. So if you guys, get your family members in there to sign that petition and
Yes.
also go donate. I mean, $5 is not going to kill you. Promise you it's not. Please,
Yeah, and
please.
definitely get that message out to the content creators.
Yes.
And I appreciate you saying that, Miss Yunu, because those of you who are subscribed to other content creators, whether they be anyone in the true crimes sector that's not been covering this story, that's been stuck on the Summer Wells story, take it to them. Take it to them. Those are some fighters out there still on the Summer Wells story. Those are the ones that can pick up on this and share the link and really help. If you really think about it, if they went this hard for one case called Summer Wells, and here's another case, Summer went missing June 15th. Daniel went missing June 23rd. They went missing the same month. And they're so equally missing the same almost 8 months.
Yeah.
And so when you can compare both the cases, yes, one is a 5-year-old that went missing, now 6. And one was a 24-year-old that went missing in the desert in Arizona, now 25. They're running neck and neck. But the challenge is to pass on this information to those covering the Summer Wells case and tell them John Q sent you, and that it won't take but a moment to do the simple things that we're looking to help effectuate, which is a positive result for this case, just as well as we all worked hard for the possible results for Summer Wells to be found, because we still want her to be found. We want Daniel to be found as well. So I believe, in my estimation, that both these cases should be equally out there together, since both of them went missing in the same month together. And so I'm going to challenge the chat room, and I'm not putting too much pressure on you, because we're challenging every place we take this campaign. We're going to be challenging the content creators to do just that. Just slide Summer over just for a couple of moments and share this information and do due diligence on it. And it lets Mr. Robinson know that, you know, we're all here for each other, you know, not just for one. You know, we're all here for each other. And no matter what the dynamics are, no matter what the background is, like we said, race, color, creed, whatever, you know, we're here for all of them together. And so that's the challenge. That's why I ask to ask these content creators to allow you to post the link while they're in you know, whatever conversation mode that they're in, and allow you to post the link to the website so people can become familiar and aware of what we're doing. This is a campaign just like we did for Summer Wells back last year in October, and this is just as important as the Summer Wells case is.
Yes.
You know, that's just my estimation, my opinion, and it's not putting one over the other, but it's keeping them both together as they should be, because we want resolution to both.
Yes.
And any and all that went before it and came after it. That's why we're here.
Exactly. In 24, 26, whatever age, still a baby. He still has a way to go, you guys.
It's still
We need
someone's
to
child.
we need to
That's right.
find him. Yeah, we need to
That's
find
right.
him. He's our child as well. We adopted him. Just like Sophia said, we adopted him.
Yeah.
And in case you
just
guys
like
missed it last night, Renegade throughout this whole campaign will be doing the finest of entertainment. So
Jesus.
if anybody missed it last night, we'll be doing that through the whole campaign.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, you got him started now. Thank you, Sophie.
Well, one of us was going to get him started.
Yeah, I know.
So I figured it might as well
you
be
got
me.
him triggered now. You got him. You got him triggered now. But yes, that's the message. That's the ultimate message there. You know, I'd like to see the word get out just the same way Summer Wells got out, just the same way Gabby Petito's message got out, in the same way, same form, same fashion.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't take but a moment, because it took a moment for all those other cases to come about as well.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
the one I told you about, Ben's, she's already putting the petition and the donation in hers. In both, she has two channels. She has one for the one that she's going to be doing for crime, and then she has another one, and she's putting it in both of them.
Right, and we had Country Christian in here yesterday, and actually your chat yesterday, saying that she was going to do a live and post the website. You know, and that's what we need. Other content creators to say, "Hey, I can take a moment to do that, and then I can go back to doing what I was doing before."
Yes.
You know, so it doesn't take away a whole lot from anyone, just to spend a little bit of time in effectuating the search efforts in this particular case.
Yes.
It'd be great to see that. And that's what I look forward to.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Anna. I appreciated you doing that yesterday. She was in Chloe's chat, and I asked her if she can do that, and she did.
Oh, okay, great.
Chloe told her it was fine, so yeah, we're able to do that.
Great, great. I know that we're going to be talking about this also tomorrow on Q Squared. I've already spoken to Miss Q about it, and
Okay.
we will be altering the time
Okay.
on Q Squared. Normally we have it at 10, but we're going to run earlier than that to continue tonight's campaign effort. For
Okay.
those of you who join us on Q Squared, we will be picking up once again the campaign to help find Daniel on tomorrow night's live with Miss Q
Okay.
and Q Squared. And we're also looking at formatting another live right afterwards to pick up the campaign once again all the way into Sunday, because Sunday I'll be doing table talk with Team Viral.
Okay.
That's going to be coming in to join us, and we're going to be sharing that information with the Team Viral team to do the same thing we're doing tonight.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about
Yes.
what we're doing, what's about to happen. I believe history is going to be made again on
Yes.
YouTube and on, I hope, other social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., pertaining to the Daniel Robinson case.
Yes. Definitely.
Yeah. People are going live. People are going live, and I'm sure that some of the bells are going off on your phones as to who's jumping
Yes.
on live. Jump in their chat rooms, and hey, share the link. Just share with them that link. Ask the content creator for permission and ask them to share the link. You know, John Q is live. He asked me to ask you, is it okay for me to share Daniel Robinson's link in your chat room? They say yes, we'll shout them out. We'll shout them out. So they get the benefit. We all get the benefit of helping in this case.
Definitely.
Yeah. So
Oh, I did talk to Miss V, and she also wants to do um she wants to do the she wants to have a chat with me first to kind of go over it a little bit and then go from
okay.
there so she could start implementing it on her channel, because she does have the true crime more than anybody else.
Yeah, great. And turn right around and invite Mr. Robinson on that live.
Definitely.
You've got his
Definitely.
time. You got his time. He'll make time for it,
Definitely.
and
Definitely.
create something for her channel in reference to the campaign, and do the same thing we're doing. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Okay.
And
That'll be perfect.
she's a wonderful woman, Miss B.
Oh, yes, she is.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
She holds it down, because I'm
Yes,
going
she
to be
does.
talking to Mr. Boss Blake about doing a special live with Mr. Robinson when he has the time to open up. Maybe he can have Mr. Robinson on one of his cousins in conversations, or
Yes.
grown folk talk,
That would be
or
cool.
any of the
That would be
lives
cool.
that he's doing. Yeah. So we're just getting warmed up. We're just getting
Yes.
warmed up.
Yeah. You're going to get passed around from here to there. We're going to get all this for you. We're going to get this taken care of. Trust me. You're going to be going from one place to another. You're going to be busy, busy, busy. When you're not busy, of
Yeah,
course.
when you're not busy.
Busy, but not when you're busy. When we
Yeah.
know that you're busy, but yeah.
It
So
is
grown
content.
folk talk means renegades not allowed. So that's my joke.
A renegade's not allowed. Yeah, he can't bring his toy with him, right?
He could bring it for the after thing, like yesterday.
Right. My goodness. But yes, okay, I got you. But yes, I know that Mr. Robinson has got to make a move.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
making moves. We're moving right alongside you. And I thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Robinson, today to cover the campaign with us, to let us know that we're all one family moving in one
Yes.
direction,
Yes, we
to
are.
try to help find Daniel.
Yes, we are.
Definitely.
And Mr. Robinson, can you please see if you have some time to get on Ben's, because she's waiting for you. She says she's not going to bother you, but she's waiting
Okay, when she want me on?
when you're ready.
Okay, all right, all right. It's not today, or what's she looking for? Well, uh,
What day's good for you? I can let her know.
tell her to contact me.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay. All right, thank
I
you.
will. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, and thank you so much. And we're here. We're here, and
Yes.
we're in motion. And we're not going to stop until this is done. Period. As Miss Q would say. Period.
Yes.
Thank
Period.
you, Anna. And everybody else in the chat. Thank you for all the love and support.
Yeah. We're going to keep it going for a little bit longer, right, John?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said we're going to keep it going for a little bit longer, right, John?
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna run till we're going till 9, so we're almost time too, because we want to be able to eat and
Mm-hmm.
get some other things done.
Yeah.
I know that by doing these lives and everything, it does take away from a little bit of what we would normally be doing behind the scenes, but we'll get some time to do that as well.
Yes.
Yes. So, Mr. Robinson, thank you so much for your time, sir.
No,
And
thank you for having me
if
on.
if there's anything that changes, give me a call. Let me know, and we'll make an adjustment. You know how we are. We're water over here. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we'll adapt. We'll adapt.
Yes. Yes, we will. AP said, God bless, sir. You are a remarkable father. Yes, he is.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, AP.
And Francis said,
And
thank you.
yes, thank you, Francis. Oklahoma. Thank you.
Yes.
Aquahoma is one of my
Amazing.
best mods. I'm telling
D-Love.
you,
Yes,
she
he
holds it
is.
down, and she takes care of me. She takes care of the support system that John Q operates under, along with
Yes.
Leslie B, who holds it down. Boss Blake when he's here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Obviously, the Renegade. He's up on panel, so you know. And Miss Yunu
I'm
when
everywhere.
she's here, and a number of them, there's just so many good ones that I have, and I'm
Thank
blessed
you.
by them. And I'm
Thank you.
just so good that I just feel so good that we can work together to get this particular work done.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
She said, peace be with you all. God bless Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
Yes.
John, you ought to know I'm everywhere.
Yeah, I know you everywhere.
Definitely all over the place, that's for sure.
Yes. But it's good to know that you're with us, and our work together is outstanding in terms of helping Mr. Robinson get his job done too. So
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
there you go.
That's because we keep you busy. That's why.
Yes,
Keep you out of
absolutely.
trouble.
So we're going to let Mr. Robinson go
Yes.
and take care of some business. We send you our love and support, Mr. Robinson. You know we're behind you. So
Yes.
I know that. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate you all again.
All right. You have a great
all
evening.
right.
Oh, you too. You do
And stay
something.
safe. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you, Yunu.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Somebody put in the chat about Tyler Feller. Has 40,000 followers or subscribers that we need to make him aware of what's going on, I guess. Can you do that, Yeti? Do you know him personally? That would be great.
Yeah, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Share the link, with the content creators. We're not calling them out, like, oh yeah, you better no. This is all positive. They better come on. No,
No, we're not
all
doing that.
positive.
Yeah.
We want to share this all together so that all of us together can make a positive contribution.
Yes.
We know that there's a lot of drama out there. There's a lot of chats that are just, talking about way outside the box about things that have no bearing in any of these cases, and they can take a moment, maybe take a night off and share this information. And this is where you come in. You can change that dynamic by asking them permission to drop the link. And you never know, they may flip the next day and say, something, someone dropped the link about Daniel Robinson. We're going to talk about Daniel Robinson today.
Yes, that's right. No drama, Yeti. No drama.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I know every time I go in the chat, I'm going to start dropping. If you mod me, I promise you I'm dropping links. I'm just saying.
That's it. Right. Yeah. No drama. Well, I don't know. It's remarkable. People make huge contributions on other people fighting more so than collectively making a contribution for something positive to happen. I don't know how that, I don't know. I can't get my head around that one, but it's true.
Yeah.
But
some of them have become full on Jerry Springer shows. It's unreal.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, but it's on YouTube. They get the Jerry Springer
Jerry
show
Springer's
with different names on YouTube.
Yeah, but I don't think Jerry Springer calls the COP on people, if you know what I mean. The doxing. We're not talking about that. We're going to stay on a positive note.
Yes.
Jerry Springer is PG compared to some that's out here on YouTube.
Didn't I just say we're not speaking of it no more? We done did enough. Now go to your mic and speak. Do your mic thing. Tell us some jokes.
Yeah. But, knowing that what we're doing, we can change that dynamic and set a powerful trend on a very important case, just like they all are important. This one's in motion. Just as I said before, Summer Wells's case is in motion. They both went missing the same month. They're pretty much almost 8 months. Well, Summer is now 8 months missing. Daniel will be coming around the corner, being 8 months missing.
Right.
And we want resolution to both of these cases.
Yes.
And putting in the work that it takes to share.
Yeah. I mean, they're only missing 8 days apart. That's crazy.
Yeah. Most certainly. So once I talk with Miss Q about what time we'll be on tomorrow, I'll post that time. So far, we're still at 10, but when that time changes, I'll change the time on the posted upcoming live.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yes. So I want to thank everybody for joining us for today's special live. We're doing a campaign fundraising effort for Daniel Robinson, 25-year-old hydrogeologist that went missing out of Buckeye, Arizona in June 23rd of 2021. Now almost 8 months missing. And his father, David Robinson, is diligently searching for his son, and he needs our help.
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely. So with that said, we're going to wrap it up for this evening.
Okay.
No jokes. Sorry, guys.
Okay, just one, because you got 1 minute. Come on. Let's go.
Lord.
What do you call a sleeping bull?
I don't know, one that falls down when he's not awake.
A bulldozer.
A bulldozer.
You ain't right.
Okay. Oh my goodness. A bulldozer.
Why do melons have weddings?
We don't know.
They
Why?
cantaloupe.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Happy belated Valentine's to you too, Oklahoma.
Yes, to you too, Oklahoma.
Yes, thank you. Thank to all my moderators who showed up today to support the channel and the campaign that we've been working on. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you all for your participation, your contribution, and
Yes.
let's keep the ball running. Let's keep the ball rolling. Let's keep the ball
Yes.
going. You know, I believe that we can close this 200,000 before the end of the week. I feel that.
Oh, for sure. Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. Yes.
Yep. So until we meet again, much love to all of you. Be well and stay blessed with Godspeed. We'll see you tomorrow night on Q Square.
Good night.
Take
We
care.
will.
Kids missing just sickens my mood. Now I got an attitude. You think I won't battle fool? I will slap the fuck out of you. Maybe I am a radical. I'm charged up with a matador. If you don't love the kids, why do you got them for? I tell the truth, how they got out the door. These cases I can't ignore. You damn right I want your face on the floor. We lacking info pimping, I'ma need more. See, it's the truth that we want. You supposed to love your kid, the truth is you don't. Somebody bring them parents up to the front. Them kids been missing for months. Damn right I'm mad, pimp, I done had enough. Oh, my business, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I might just tear this shit up. Now we got summer, we got horse, and we got orange. Like the parents, they don't care. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? All of the YouTubers pursuing. They do more than what you doing. Now how the fuck you gonna influence? Your reputation done been ruined. Why? Oh, why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why? Remember that kid they left in the car? Sydney Dill, she had a bum for a father, and it was hot as Nevada. Just break the window, but he wouldn't even bother. He making kids, now that's really a problem. What about that fella Kawan? The lady picked him up was a mom. Now Kawan was a friend with a son. I can't believe what they done. They found his body in the sugar cane field. Now his parents gotta shed some real tears. This ain't how the fuck we supposed to live. If you got a kid, show them that you love them, cause they leaving on the dub. Protect them, gotta keep them covered, cause there's some evil motherfuckers plotting, waiting just to touch them. Don't you think this shit is nuts? They taking kids out by the dozen. It's so many living in your city limits. If you think that they offended, that mean you think this again. It only take a single man. Evaluate the way you live. This was a blessing you was given. It's gonna hit you different if your child just end up missing. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why?